measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and vegs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, if I could say it, Level Playing Poem, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mels 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. With that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
You're going to have to do something with that Australian time.
Listen, I just wore myself out the last 4 hours on this new TikTok platform. I'm done.
What happened? 4 hours, you say?
4 hours.
Was there a cry 4 more hours?
No, there's just I don't know how you would say it. It's just like a spawning of globers in this particular platform, and it starts off as a comical episode and just ends up in a treacherous bombardment of absurdity that all I can say, you know what Nathan needs to do? He needs to just one day inject himself into one of these platforms just for fun, to see how he goes, just to see if he's still got it.
Still got what?
The snake tongue.
I'll make this still got it. Don't worry about that. You know what, Jado? We've been trying to break through in some different Discord servers away from like Flat Earth Globers, like Cartography or Stelnav or one of these other ones. I think we've gone to 2 of them, and we got the boot on 2 of them.
No, Discord servers are like religious episodes of regurgitated nonsense. The actual fight and test of your method is now on this new platform in TikTok. It is wild and it is insensitive.
Yeah, well, what do they do with the measurements?
Yeah, but you got to break through to the measurements first. That's what I'm saying.
You know, I will lead with the measurements, and they would have to break through.
I did post a particular TikTok live site on Master B probably 20 hours ago, 24 hours ago. This is the guy that everyone is regurgitating to because he's just destroying people, as he says, including the newcomers like Caleb and what's the other guy? Anyway,
Wait, where'd you post it?
there's a new vicious virus of flavors that have compounded from this particular institution, and it's really bad.
What is it called? At Globehold?
I'll get it and I'll post it in this.
I got it. I found where you got it. It says at Globehold. That'll tell you one thing sure. The globe is a hold. Listen, we got more serious things. We got man changing the weather patterns, making it snow in San Francisco. You know, we got a lot of other problems we got to deal with, y'all. Though.
It's nice. I like snow.
No, but this snow, if you try to melt it, it turns black. Man-made.
I said yesterday I was watching these survival programs. They come up on the YouTube feed, like a guy goes off into the wilderness to live for 3 days on his own. And there was this one guy in the snow, and he built himself a snow furnace. So he shaped it like a little snowman, and then he had a hole in the bottom and a chimney at the top, and he lit the fire in the middle of this snow furnace, and the furnace just stayed and retained its shape while the fire was burning away. It was incredible.
Yeah, it's probably man-made snow.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, he did touch it. He did use his hands.
The guy on the show, where is he? He's in the snow for 3 days. I'll guarantee it's not a black guy.
It wasn't. Wow. Did you see the same program as me?
No, I just know black people don't do stupid things like that.
Dave Murphy
Life
does.
and death, they ain't going near it.
I'd say that's something akin to what Dave Murphy would say.
Well, it's like that thing. You see all these tragedies happen, people freaking falling off mountains, getting stuck in places what are you doing there? What are you doing? You're going to catch them jumping out of planes, doing these freaking death-defying freaking jumps off mountains into water, climbing mountains, going into a freaking place in the middle of the snow to see how long you could survive. All white people.
You never know, Neil. One day you might need them skills.
So here's the thing: in the Super Bowl the other day, there's certain player for the New England Patriots. His name is Stephon Diggs. He's a wide receiver. He's one of the best in the game, right? He's dating Cardi B, right? The singer rapper. So Cardi B was part of the halftime show that Bad Bunny was doing at halftime. So during the show, of course, she's looking in the stands and she sees her man, Stephon Diggs, baby's mother, and she had front row seats. So she left him right after the show. Then I find out this guy, Stephon Diggs, has 6 different kids with 6 different women. His money's gone. He better play in the NFL for another 20 years if he's going to survive that.
All right, guys.
What's up, Len? I was just telling my wife. If that was me, I'd have to get all 6 of them. He's got to learn how to get along. I'm buying one mansion. We're all going to live there, and you figure out how to get along.
Fantastic show yesterday, by the way, Nathan. I've listened to that through twice already. You've reached like a Buddhist Zen master level.
What?
Just how calm and chilled, and you just seem to be like a new man the way you presented everything yesterday. It was nice to watch.
I can't quite believe my ears. There's me worried that people are going to say, it's like you've stopped caring. That's what I'm expecting, the reaction, not you're doing really well.
It was like, I don't know, the best way I can explain it is like you became some Zen master.
Okay, if you say so.
But that's the way it's happening. That's the way it's, I don't know, turning. That's what it's turning into. I mean, what else can you do, right? We know what we know.
Yeah, but the more I figure out that we know what we know, the more I realise that we are utterly inconsequential to the situation.
Yep. That's what I mean.
So, like, no offence to you, Jardo, but you're like, well, there's a ruckus going down on TikTok, and that's where you've got to prove your salt. And it's like, but the more I think about it, the less I concern myself with whether or not these people appreciate and understand how flat Earth is dealt with. Because for me, thinking about like the equivalent of Jehovah's Witnesses in these places, it's like, number one, why are they in there? What are they doing? Now, I can relate to us doing it for 10 years because we didn't know it was flat. We just believed it was flat, so we needed to try and convince the rest of the people around us so that we could form a consensus about our belief. But when you look at the anti-flat earthers or globe believers, whatever you want to call them, you go, well, what is it that they're trying to get out of this? They already have consensus on their side. So what is it? Why are they there? It's because there's a seed of doubt and they cannot stand it. It drives them to the edge of sanity because it's so bleeding obvious. To me, flat Earth immediately triggers people's cognitive dissonance because of its obvious nature. So therefore, you're going to immediately want to brace against it because it's incongruent with the belief that you hold. So you get loads of fundamentalists. That's what they are. These people that we deal with are fundamentalists.
You hit it right in the head, Nathan. Well summarized. Exactly.
Why would you want to deal with fundamentalists? It's like, you're never going to convince them otherwise. Well, these people will affirm their globe belief till the cows come home, won't they?
Yep.
So what's the point in talking to them?
Well, you would, for the audience, there is an audience out there.
Some of those Jehovah's Witness chicks are pretty hot. So you would latch on and just get in there and do a Bible study.
No, well, that would be a reasonable reason, right? I get that. I had a similar thing put to me about going to certain churches. I remember saying, well, why would I want to go? And they'd be like, there's pretty girls there. Really? Okay, maybe I will go.
That's what I told my son. So you want to get a girl, you got to go to church. Church or go shopping on your own or the laundromat.
I'm not speaking from a joke. I'm speaking from actual reality.
No, I don't disbelieve you.
Yeah, you married one of them, right, Jado?
Oh, yeah. I jumped right onto that Bible study because I checked out this missus that was shit hot and ended up marrying her, yes.
Well, good for you. But that is how we are
I pay
wired.
attention.
The whole route into Flat Earth for me was via subliminal messages. And the whole premise for all subliminal messages is one of two categories: the sex cell or the death cell. Appeal to the two things that you're hardwired for. 1, reproduce. 2, don't die. That's about it. So that's really all they ever appeal to. So then when you know that, you kind of start digging into what is it about this subject that triggers people to want to defend it so vehemently. Because it's not like their life depends on it. If it did, they'd be being paid for that, wouldn't they? They'd be navigators or cartographers or engineers. And they're not. These are just average normies in Discords and TikToks and YouTubes. So you're just like, well, what difference does it make to you? Will it stop you from reproducing? Are the hot girls here? No. I mean, don't get me wrong, to the very, very small handful of women that are in this arena, I'm sure you're all very beautiful. It's just not my point. My point is, it's not like a church where you can go, no, there is genuinely lots of pretty girls there because they're being taken by their parents when they're in their late teens. So you're like, okay, fair enough. That's a reason to go. For the life of me, other than your brain needing to act like Chase Hughes describes, with them being your brain, that is, an attorney for the belief system that you already hold, like a defense attorney for that belief structure. Like, is it really that compelling? And the answer is yes. I mean, other than going there to try and figure out these people's psychology, I honestly don't see the point. I could understand it when it was our psychology because we're in the minority. So there's a genuine need to convert people to your belief structure if you're in the minority. But if you're in the majority, I just don't get it. Someone break it down to me like I'm a 5-year-old, because I just don't get it. You've already got the consensus. Am I that offensive to you because I don't believe as the consensus believes that you need to mobilise with the consensus behind you anyway? It's like, what are you trying to achieve?
Nathan, because we're over the target now for 10 years. Now we hit the target, and God forbid anyone else should know this. So that's why Toon is still here, attacking your character the way he does. That's why you have all these people. That's why you have all these TikTok things. We're over the target, we hit the target, and now it's damage control.
Can I ask a question? When it comes to women, pretty women, which ones would be attracted to Flat Earth? Would it be the more Daphne or Thelma?
Which is more of a Flat Earth character, Daphne or Thelma?
Yeah, Scooby-Doo.
Daphne.
Question.
Definitely the one with the glasses.
I don't think Flat Earthers are dweebs. When I look at Flat Earthers, I don't tend to see as many dweebs as I see on the Globe Earth side of things. The dweebs are on the Globe side of this discussion. They're the people who'd been sat in the science class after the school has finished, right? With adenoids, bad breath, bad skin. That's what I see in the anti-Flat Earthers. I just see them all as dweebs.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Daphne's in them too.
I'd say the Daphnes, but there's so few women in this arena that it's kind of inconsequential. But yeah, I don't necessarily see them as the... Which one's the dweeby one?
Thelma.
Thelma.
Yeah, I see
Glasses.
see them as being Thelmas. I'm just picturing a few wives. I'm not going to mention anything because I'll get told off immediately. But the wives of some of the dweebs that we deal with, and they even look like they look like Thelma, like a bit portly, dweebs, big glasses. You're like, yeah, that figures.
They were definitely in the science classes, though. Staying overtime.
I see us as rebellious. We're the rebellious types on the flat Earth, right? Most of the people are like, you could go, oh, well, they're drongos and stoners. And you're like, well, what do you mean by that? You mean the ones that didn't hang around in the science class? Ones that went down to the river and huffed bongs. And you're like, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, those are the ones that say you can't measure time. Everything's happening now.
Yeah, frickin' hippies. Right. Yeah. Okay. What was her name? Shire? Yeah.
Shines.
What was her name?
Shines.
Shines. Whatever her name is. She's a frickin' hippie. Now, that's no offence to her, but she's got hippy-dippy viewpoints.
You mean the ones...
Again.
You mean the ones that were doing
the
real
ones that
science?
competed behind the bike sheds?
The ones that would snog you behind the bike shed even though they thought you weren't that hot. Or they told you they didn't think you were that hot. But they'll still snog you.
She sounded very nice. And
Sounds like Craig and I have had similar experiences in this regard. But yeah, I remember as a teenager being the guy chasing the girls behind the bike sheds. Not chasing them behind the bike sheds, but, you know, chasing the girls to be eventuating behind the bike sheds. That makes less even sense than the first time I said it. You know what I'm getting at. I mean, I'm not literally chasing them, as in physically going, ooga booga booga while I run after them. That's not what I mean.
well, you wouldn't chase a girl who wouldn't go behind the bike sheds, would you?
No.
That would be a waste of
Well, that would be
time.
stupid. Absolutely. In my class, we had a group of girls, 4 of them. One was Chinese, so this doesn't really count to her, but we used to call them the Golden Girls. And they were the, I think what you guys in the States call prissy, prim, proper girls. And yes, they'd occasionally go out on dates with the hottest guy in the entire school, but for the most part, they weren't interested in anybody. And they were stuck up and prudish for the most part. You're like, you have almost no interest to me, because it's like, what's the point? Preppy girls? No, thanks.
We would have some girls that would meet us behind the maintenance sheds, which was a great pash. And then there was a couple of girls that were exonerous that would go down the path to the creek behind the maintenance sheds to do other stuff which we couldn't talk about on here.
Yeah, to explore their sexuality with the boys. Right, those kind of girls. Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. And yeah.
What creek?
Creek just means river.
I had sidewalks and streets everywhere.
Well, you were in the concrete jungle. But, you know, there's a good chance that the people in the flat earth side have got an arrest history. I've got an arrest history. Neil's got an arrest history. We're bad boys. So when I listen, I watch this guy called Taylor the Fiend. About every couple of years, for whatever reason, I get interested in how people deal with relationships, like people younger than myself, right? And at the moment, that's women creeping up on their 30s, talking about the men who are in their early 20s, yeah? And all of them have got the same sort of backstory, which is they spent too long chasing after guys like me. Right? Guys that are brutally honest with them and like, no, I just want to sleep with you. I have no desire to do anything other than that. Is that cool? That is cool. Wonderful. Let's go. Right? Now, those guys, after the fact, thank you, Clover, get described as bad boys. Yeah? And the dweeby boys moan a lot about the bad boys, because the dweeby boys are like, I give the girls everything. I'm really attentive. I hold their hands while they tell stories, and all they tell me is that I'm a friend. They never sleep with me. You're like, yeah, it's because you're boring. Well, I see most of our opponents on the globe side as those types of guys. I think that the world moves around the sun. I went back and looked at how Kepler described it mathematically. You're like, you are so boring, right? You just bore the tits off me. You're the kind of person that I'd want to punch. No offence, but that's some of why I've got a bit of an arrest record, right? Because you come across these people and they're just so very punchable, aren't they? Let's be honest. These dweebs, like they get irritating right quick. Right? Now, that is the kind of people that we now have to deal with. Now, like I say, I've reached the point where, like, why do I care if you understand how Earth gets measured? It is utterly inconsequential if you get this or not. It makes no difference to society. The people who are in appreciation of how flat Earth gets measured have been trained and are now paid to deal with it that way. And they must deal with it that way or they kill people. So it's pretty serious. Yeah, buildings collapse, bridges fall down, planes come out of the sky, and boats get lost at sea if you don't deal with Earth flat. So it's like, what does it matter if you know it's flat, you stupid dweeb? You're just an irritating prick. And generally speaking, those guys in society don't do well. And if they do end up with women, they end up with the Thelmas, the fat, portly, glasses-wearing dweeb that is a counterpart to them. And you're like, yeah. And yes, there's a few spinsters that'll end up on the shelf because they end up spending too much time with the bad boys who have to make absolutely zero effort. And that, like I say, was me back in the day. I thought I was being nice because I was like, well, the women say that they just want you to be honest with them. Okay, quite honestly, I just want to sleep with you. That's as honest as I can be. And they'd still say yes. You're like, why?
Yeah.
Well, that don't make no sense to me, but I was like, that's what I wanted in my 20s and late teens. So it's like, well, behave like that, and women seem to lap it up. Women love a bad boy. You know, they're like motorbike riding, leather jacket wearing, dangerous boys that are doing dangerous things that aren't good things, they're naughty things. Well, in a way, you like listen to the criticisms of some of our opponents when they ad homous. You're like, your criticisms make you sound even more dweeby. You're like, what is it that you want? You want me to behave like you? No, I can't cuck to society. I can't concern myself with consensus because I don't care about consensus. I actually don't care if you see these things the way I see them anymore. It's like, you don't see them the way I see them. Good. So you distinguish yourself from me. You know, you carry on being what you are. A cuck to the society that tells you what's what and expects you to just kowtow to it and agree with it. It's like, you are pathetic. In my eyes, the people we go up against are utterly pathetic. They all need to do weaselly little tricks and have tactics. You're like, I just see them as weaselly. So when I look at literally down my nose at these people, because they're often quite short, I just think, why do I care? I don't want you to be in a so-called group that I'm in. If I was, and the group suddenly got infiltrated with people like you, I'd want to leave the group. So why would I spend any time trying to convert them to how things actually are? It doesn't need conversion. Do you know what I mean? It's not like a belief in Jehovah. I don't need to convince you it's flat. It is flat. That's how it's dealt with. So it's literally at the point where you go, why do we care? You've got to ask yourself that question. Why do I care what this next man who calls himself a professor, like, professor? You've chosen to give yourself this title. It's not even like you've earned it. You just decided that you're going to give yourself that type of title. You're a dweeb. You know, you're an unfuckable dweeb. That's what you actually represent to me, right? Now, it might not be the case. You might have found a Thelma, but it doesn't alter to me what I look at you as.
Nathan, he's a science educator.
Yeah, but when
That
you were at
runs-
school,
that runs-
did any of the science educators with their pimples, their bad breath, their BO, their terrible skin and their short stature, while they were hanging outside the AV room, were they fighting off the women? I assure you they weren't, right? But me, I was with Regan Bailey behind the train station bridge. That's what I was doing, because I wasn't interested in the AV club. You know, that came long after I'd had my fill of women and was working in it to earn money. That is to say, I got a job in a hi-fi shop. But then they were paying me to use my silver tongue to convince people to part with money, as opposed to me being genuinely interested in how the projector bulb works. That was never the case. In fact, quite the contrary. Quite often, when I got involved with any of the actual technical aspects of things when I worked in a hi-fi shop, I'd be pulled up to one side because I'd got it wrong. That would be to say, the customer would come out of the demo room and go, it's all black and white. I go, really? Looked great to me. You know what I mean? I'm completely colourblind. I haven't got a slightest idea how to make a projector look good. But I can talk you into buying it. But literally during the demo, I wouldn't have got the connections in the right order or noticed or cared to notice. Right? My primary concern was getting them to part with their money. Now, in a similar vein, before I got work, it was getting women to to part with their virtues, if that's the right phraseology. You're right, you're going to be giving up your virtues. Well, give them up to me. I'm here. I mean, is there anyone else here? There isn't. It's just me.
As clean as you
No, why
could
not?
say it.
Dead, Neil.
I said that's as clean as you could say it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, but we have different outlooks. The people we oppose, right, have a very different outlook on life. They're trying to convince the world of an already held belief that the consensus has already, and are reinforced constantly by people that aren't them. It's like, do you not think that Neil deGrasse Tyson's doing a good job? Well, on the contrary, these gamma dicks think that they're the secret king, don't they? No, I'd be doing a better job than Tyson. No, you wouldn't. Tyson's a really good magician, very well trained. And if you can't admire that about a magician, then you haven't recognised the trick. Well, they haven't recognised the trick. So in their mind, they'd do a better job and they'll put down people like Tyson. Like, no, he does a perfectly adequate job of convincing the world to keep in line with the consensus. He does it in a very amiable way, in a jovial manner. And yeah, he's got his stupid funny waistcoats and he looks a bit dweeby as well. But he's doing a good job. He's a good magician. What, you think you'd do better? What? You already believe this stuff. Why do you need better? What better could you possibly have done? Everyone thinks they're on a ball flying around the sun. What more could you ask for? It's just not enough, because there's a tiny little group of people, the jocks, that get all the pussy. That's the reality, isn't it?
Yeah. What did Eli call it? Revenge of the Nerds?
Yeah, that's
It's
what we're
like the
dealing with.
nerds.
Spot on. Eli speaks a lot of sense from time to time.
Yeah, because they never had, they never had any clout. Now it's like they got this clout, and here comes the freaking cool guys again, and now they're taking it away from me because they're telling the world that it's flat.
Yeah.
Like, just got this control.
They've spent ages whittling the gears for an amazing bicycle. They've painted that bicycle, made it look shiny, and then they've cycled past the bus stop where all the pretty girls hang out, and they've all ignored them, and then immediately turned their heads for you and I, who went and stole a Corvette. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're losing their grip, and they just got the grip. Like they've had it now. All of a sudden, these freaking guys that got all the chicks throughout my whole schooling life are doing it again. I can't have this. Give me a TikTok account.
I heavily invested in learning how these gears work. You should respect me. I'll be earning money from doing this.
You're like, yeah, that's really all it boils down to, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like I say, the women out there who are on these TikTok videos moaning about how they've basically reached a point in their life where they can't find a man to settle down with because what they want in terms of financial support doesn't get them wet. That's basically what it boils down to. They never say it in those terms. They're not as crass. But that is really all it boils down to. You know, like, what does get you wet? Bad boys. Yeah? And they don't have to have a good job. In fact, they can be in and out of jail, getting arrested all the time. And in many instances, that works even better. You're like, so for everything that society has told these cucks to heliocentrism they should do, they've done, and it has not afforded them the success that they were promised. So what do they take it out on? The people who lied to them about what they need to be doing in life when they were being kept busy? It's like the people who didn't listen to the others telling them what they needed to do to be kept busy. Yeah. No, back to the high school mentality. If we'll keep it on this vibe for the show, probably, right? Back in high school, you were told you need to be in the classes. I remember the classes are boring. I fall asleep in the classes.
Exactly.
I'd rather be down the river and smoking bongs. I'm sorry. It's just really boring. I remember this teacher, Mr. Durham, saying that he'd come from a really rough school. And this was in a science class. He was a science teacher. And saying they'd come from a really rough school and half the kids in the class were stoned. I remember thinking, I really wish I was stoned right now. I'm so bored.
Yeah, we meet
Mr.
up at the
Durham.
football field. That's where everybody who was anybody was at.
Right.
Just went down by the river. We went to the football field. And yeah, that's basically what I did. I smoked away my 4 years of high school.
But yeah, it's just same old, same old. Like the dweebs versus the jocks.
Well, there's a thing, though, that the women are attracted to that bad boy freaking aura. Go all the way back in the movies from the 50s, Rebel Without a Cause. They're all going for the bad guy. Some excitement. They don't want the boring dweeb.
Thelma does.
How are you?
Hi, everyone.
Hi, whoever that was. Unfamiliar voice. Who is that?
It was me, Christian. It was a little high pitch there.
Yeah, take that shit down a couple of octaves round. What's wrong with you? We were talking about being jocks in the pre-show. Hello, everybody. Yes,
Waking up.
we were patting ourselves on our back. This is a bunch of middle-aged men telling us ourselves how cool we were back in our high school days. Man, things have changed.
But we were.
I certainly
Can't
was.
deny it.
I'll speak for everyone. I was cool. Actually, I wasn't. I was a complete outcast. I changed schools all the time. Kept leaving schools that I was in for various different reasons. So I moved around lots of different schools. So I was always the outsider.
Listen, depends on what you were wearing. When I went to high school, it was MC jackets, jeans, and boots. With a t-shirt, you were cool. It was a throwback.
Throwback to what? The 50s?
Yeah, basically, that's what happened in the early 80s in my part of town. Like the 70s was the bomber jackets, you know, leathers with the fur collar. If you didn't have a bomber jacket, that's it. You were an outcast. And then it switched to the motorcycle jackets. And then during the springtime, it was the dungaree jackets with whatever group you liked, favorite album painted on the back of it. So if you liked the Doors, you had L.A. Woman painted on the back of your dungaree jacket. That was a big thing.
Yeah, well, fair enough. My wife's out because one of my, I suppose you call them relatives, even though it's not by blood, it's by marriage. But my wife's auntie's dying, so she's not here, which means I've got no drink. So I'm going to have to take my radio mic into the kitchen and make myself a cup of coffee. Not really a great move as soon as we've started the live show, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
These things happen. See, but that was only on one side of the school. I've said this before. We had 3 entrances. There was the white kids, then there was the black kids on the other side, and then there was somewhat in the middle. You had a mixture of people. Italians, because they listen to house music, and that was a mixture. So it depended on what part of the school you were going into and what you were wearing that made you cool or not, and who you were hanging out with. So me, the pretty girls were always on the other side. The black girls and the house music disco section.
Did you guys never have more than one outfit in your wardrobe then? It's like one day you could be the rocker and the next minute you could be the house kid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You dressed accordingly. If I was going into the house music side, I put my gold chains on, put my little jumpsuit on, Sergio Tacchini or whatever the style was back then, and you went in there. If you went into the black side, then you dressed it basically the same way. You can go any way you wanted to go if you went into the black section of the school. But that's where all the girls were. The hot girls, that is.
Yeah, but you had to, like you say, dress appropriately. So if you were going, or if I was going to a Rage Against the Machine concert, I'd be dressed very differently to when I'd be going to Cream or a club.
Yep.
You're very different in terms of your attire. You're dressed like Beavis and Butthead with your AC/DC t-shirt and your Metallica t-shirt.
But if you want to be a bad boy, you don't care what you wear. You just wear what you do.
Yeah, you had some guys that were able to pull that off. I was accepted in every section because I was just that type of guy. I made friends with everybody. So I knew people in every section.
I missed a bit there, but I wanted to point out that if you tell a girl she's pretty and you want to sleep with her, you got less chance of sleeping with her. If you tell her she's all right, she's okay, I don't mind if I sleep with you or not, she's more interested.
Yeah. The more you don't pay them attention, the more attention you get. I found that to be very true.
So same with Flat Earth. Who cares what they think?
You got a point there. The more laid back Nathan gets as the host of this show, the more attention he's getting from these Globers. He can't just be relaxed in this. No. That's it. We got to get him back into a debate. I got a countdown here, right? Right above, you see the countdown, how long Nathan has not shown up to debate me without a mute button on a mutual platform.
Yeah, let them worry about it. We know they don't.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He's not paying them no attention, but he keeps getting their attention.
I would just, somebody pointed out the other word. Have you ever thought about the word you're saying? When you pay attention. So it's actually costing you something because you're paying.
Pay attention. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, so it's actually costing you and gaining them. So yeah, don't pay attention.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I've been saying that for the longest time. Don't even bother going into that. I understand Vax went over there and wanted to have a word with Toon. I don't even waste my time.
It's like people always want to talk about that dude. I can't remember his name, Donald Duck or something. I don't pay him no attention. I think he's well known in your country, Neil.
No. I call him the Don.
I couldn't do that. That might show somebody respect above what they deserve.
No. He's the Don. No doubt about it. But we'll keep politics out of this.
Are you talking about Donald Trump?
Donald Duck, that's him. Yeah, that's the one.
The Don. Well, That's it. The less, the more time you pay no time to them, the more desirable. Like the girl, you don't pay her attention. She wants you. She wants your attention. The more you don't pay attention, the more attention she's paying. And that's what's happening right now. We're not paying attention. We're just demonstrating day after day in this show that Nathan has how Earth is measured flat. And we're showing them with everyday people doing their everyday jobs the facts of the matter. And it's twisting them to the point where they are so angry right now. You could feel it. You could hear it when they come into the show and chat. You could hear it how they're sending their chat messages. They're in serious pain.
And everyday people, every day.
Buck Sodbuster came into your chat with 5 different accounts yesterday. Every time somebody sent him away, he came back. Now, there's the perfect example of people not paying attention to you, and they want your attention more.
It whiffs, though. It reeks of desperation, doesn't it? Like, why?
Well, yeah, it's all of us. You too, Neil, in the re-upload. This guy kept attacking you and how you're Nathan's pet and a bunch of nonsense there as well. Yeah, we all get it. I get it too with spammers and telling me to cope and choke and telling me to die and all that stuff as well.
You talk about that Red Bull guy?
Yeah, him too.
I don't pay him no attention. That's why he goes crazy, because I don't answer him. I'll wait for the end, and I'll send the last message to him.
Yeah, it is demonstrable. These folks are in pain.
In pain?
Yeah, when they're lashing out at us, Nathan, telling us to die, threatening our children, telling us to not have jobs and not procreate, you name it.
I'm intrigued. I was saying in the pre-show, I want to know, what is it about this subject that makes you need to reaffirm what is already a consensus viewpoint? It's like the majority of the world already believe as you believe that they're on a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum. Why isn't that enough? I just don't get it.
An insatiable desire to have an absolute consensus on their belief.
That's how I summarised it in the pre-show, but I don't know if that's the case. So my suggestion in the pre-show was that we, being a tiny majority of people that appreciate how Earth is measured and how it's congruent with their belief. That is to say, you need Earth to be measured flat or you can't create a ball to believe in. But why would it be the case that us now, admittedly only in recent days, leaning into their necessity for a flat Earth to believe in their ball, why would it be that you'd want to eradicate anybody if you've already got the consensus on your side? Like, the whole world's behind you and it's still not enough. I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I told you, because they're losing their grip. They're losing their grip. Can't have the guys that were the cool guys back in the day still remain cool. We're the cool guys now. We're telling you that it's a globe.
Because they lose sleep over the subject.
You're all muffled. One more time.
I said it's because they lose sleep over the subject.
Yeah, that was my conclusion, 5 years ago? That is to say that the awful truth, as we started to reveal it, was so cognitively painful that they're losing sleep over this subject. It's like, why? If you've got a firm belief that Earth's a ball, why would it be necessary to defend that if everybody already believes as you believe? Now, I can only surmise that that lingering doubt needs immediately to be projected onto the next man, in this case us, so then that you don't have to face the awful reality that Earth is simply measured flat. And at the moment, the outrage is because we're pointing out that, well, yeah, we're not saying you're wrong. we're saying that the way the ball gets created is with flat Earth measurements. So we're kind of agreeing with you, but that seems to annoy him even more.
Yeah, because you're letting the cat out of the bag there, Nathan. If the world finds out about that, they'll find out that it's a papier-mâché globe.
You think that's what they're losing the sleep over? That is to say, the recognition that their belief is paper thin means that they need to defend it more vehemently because there's only a small crack that could potentially bring the whole thing down. So they need to quickly patch those cracks as quickly as possible to retain their ball faith.
Yeah, why does Neil deGrasse Tyson go out of his way when someone of recognition in, let's say, the Hollywood or successful realm finds out and starts talking about it? Neil deGrasse pops up, right?
Yeah, it's like the ball police.
And then you wound up getting sent to space to prove that it's a globe.
Yeah, but even then, the people who are not us, the non-skeptics, the people who genuinely form part of the consensus, look on the footage and go, this is garbage. This all looks like it's been created after the fact with green screen layers and CGI. Now, this isn't us that's pointing this out. It's the normal consensus. So it's like, what are you going to do? Attack the whole world? Because they're recognising what massive nonsense the perpetuation of heliocentrism is. So you can't help recognise when things aren't what they're alleged to be. Now, that's not us. That's the public doing that. Now, me, like I say, I don't care if the public find out that the sky vacuum is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. In terms of the actual functionality of Earth and its surface rather than the sky, is, as always was, and as always will be dealt with as a flat plane. So what difference does it make if the consensus starts to recognise some of the bullshittery that's peddled out into the news media? It's like one bit of news spin is no different to your average normie than another. They don't care if it's a lie about whatever current political race is taking place versus the sky race that's claimed to be taking place. They just recognise bullshit when they see it.
But when you measure it flat,
They have to put an end to it, Nathan. All right, the world goes flat tomorrow. How many people lose their jobs or their jobs will be insignificant? A lot. Follow the money.
I don't know if it would be that many. You say, what, NASA? It's like, well, how much of NASA's actual budget goes towards space travel? Well, none of it, because there isn't any space travel. So it's just a black hole.
Yeah, they'd have to answer for that money, though. And now look at the school systems. They'd have to redo all the schooling system and the education system.
Yeah, it'll take about a day. Yeah, a couple of days.
A lot of people will be out of work.
I don't know if I agree.
Astrophysicists would be out of work. What are they going to talk about now?
What were they doing anyway? Working in universities? Working in the education centres? I mean, you just change the rhetoric of the education centre and they carry on as they were. Why would any of them lose their job? Just because heliocentrism isn't professed to be the actual worldview that we experience via a science class, we already were being taught how Earth was dealt with in the geography class. So who cares? You should take one section out of science. And that's it. No other alterations are needed as far as I can ascertain. What else needs to change? Because we've now come to the conclusion that the way Earth is dealt with is taught to you in school. It's just taught in the geography class rather than the science class. Now, that bridge between how Earth is actually dealt with and how it's professed to be by way of a religious belief punted through a science class with the hint of empiricism being inferred when it's not applied, that's the situation that befalls us. We actually do measure and deal with Earth flat, and we're all taught it in geography class. We all believe we're on a ball flying around the sun, based on the flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the light in the sky that you'd have made in the geography class being applied to a conversion to a ball so that you can argue all day about having spherical excess? You're like, why? Well, it just keeps the dweebs happy, as far as I can tell. Like, most people don't care. It's only the dweebs that get all in a huff about this when we say, nah, it's just not true, it's dealt with flat. Are the general masses getting annoyed at us? Most of them go, what difference does it make? I've still got to pay my bills tomorrow. Still got to service my car. So most people don't care. The people, the majority of people that are kicking up a big stink, they're not the majority. It's just a small handful of dweebs. They've all been given...
Just put this in. If the Earth were discovered to be flat, it would merely change a scientific fact. It would not merely change a scientific fact. It would invalidate the foundational principles of physics, engineering, and navigation, resulting in immediate obsolescence of millions of jobs worldwide.
Obsolescence.
How do you say it?
Obsolescence.
Obsolescence of millions of jobs worldwide. While there is no precise official estimate of the number of people who would lose their jobs, the impact would be catastrophic across several key sectors.
I just don't agree. Don't agree with any of this. Where are you getting this? Where are you getting this? Where's this come from?
I don't know. I put it in Google. That's what came out. Let me see. Where's it coming from?
See, I fundamentally disagree. When you say it will alter principles of engineering and physics, no, it won't. That's not true. That simply is not correct.
Listen to how they ended, though. It says, while there is no precise official estimate of the number of people who would lose their jobs, the impact would be catastrophic across several key sectors, potentially leading to a widespread global economic disruption. We just discovered it's flat. You're telling me it'd be a global catastrophe?
No, because I'm saying it's already dealt with flat. So in terms of this is being phrased from the perspective of if we started finding out that Earth is actually flat. So it's already based on the presupposition that we already know it's spherical. And if it were to change from what it is, and in this phraseology, it is spherical, right? Therefore, all of the principles of physics would have to change. Like, no. The principles, if you're going to call them physics, are actually just Keplerian orbital motions and Einsteinian gravities that have no bearing on reality. They're not consequential to any everyday thing that you deal with. Whereas in terms of the everyday life and death journeys and transportation of goods and services, those sorts of things were already being utilised with respect to a flat plane. So nothing would change. None of the celestial navigation processes or mapping or charting the world for the goods exchange that we actually experience, keeping us all fed, none of that changes. It all remains exactly as it was already being utilised, and that's flat. When it comes to physics...
Over here it says navigation and transportation. They're giving you a list of things that'll be affected. Now listen to this. Pilots, sailors, and navigation systems, GPS, rely on spherical geometry, great circle routes.
Cartesian. That's incorrect. The circles are derived from areas of equal elevation. That's what they're referring to, these degree measurements. The routes are derived from flat Earth prerequisite measurements. The system, GPS, is Cartesian. It's flat. And people say, well, GPS would fail. What? In name only for you, the normies. All this is another brand of fear porn. Like, scare the normies who aren't dealing with Cartesian systems on GPS systems. Then none of them dealing with this. But if your belief alters, the world would end. No, it wouldn't. Yeah?
Yeah, they got a list of things, but every list of these things requires a flat Earth. They got surveying and civil engineering as flat. You know. Listen, they build bridges and tunnels, accounting for curvature of Earth.
No, they don't. They're using tools that level to the plane of Earth's surface. They're measuring elevation and depression angles. With respect to a flat, planar system, they're building on level terrain. That is how it is dealt with. So nothing about any engineering, any cartography, anything to do with Earth when it's actually practically applied would change. But the cucks and the dweebs have been told their entire life from overarching controllers what they should do. This is no different. You should continue to believe in a ball. Why? Because if you don't, bad things will happen. How long before the dweebs recognise that when you're being told bad things will happen, do you know that's the case? Really? Because they won't. You're told that these bad things will happen, but it's bluff and bluster designed to keep you scared so that you are inactive, docile. That's it. Well, me, I'm a rebellious type. I've never been one for being told, well, if you do this, this will definitely happen. Okay, let's see if that's true. Oh, what do you know? You were wrong. It didn't happen. The world didn't explode. You said it would. It didn't. You said there'd be mass global panic. There wasn't. You were just wrong. But I could have spent the next 20 years in perpetual fear of that consequence that you told me verbally would happen. It's just cucks. People who kowtow to whatever bullshit they're fed because they're left scared as a result of the words that other men have fed them. That's all we're talking about here, isn't it?
Yep. Listen to this. They got one about telecommunications, right? But it's a joke because it says it relies on line of sight calculations adjusted for its curvature. But this is the one I want to focus on. At the end, they say it'll cause a societal breakdown. Beyond specific, highly technical jobs, a complete reversal of known science would cause, at minimum, massive long-term disruption, with some estimates suggesting a collapse of current technological and infrastructure systems. So be afraid.
Be very afraid.
Tomorrow.
The entire infrastructure of the world will collapse if we find out that we, measure it as a planar surface and level tools to it and measure angles from it? No. Those things are happening anyway. But if you can be fear-bombed that a recognition of the facts in the matter will suddenly cause an economic collapse, you'll be kept docile. You'll be kept obedient.
Yep. In summary, because so much of modern technology from GPS in smartphones to international flight paths is based on spherical Earth, a discovery of flat Earth would destroy the foundational knowledge of many specialized, high-skilled industries, resulting in millions of jobs disappearing. I'm starting to agree with you. I don't think that's the case.
Absolutely not. But if you can be kept in perpetual fear that there'll be an economic collapse if the world finds out how flat we measure it, no. We measure it flat. The systems that... Dead?
I was just saying, dun, 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 dun. Be very afraid. Be very, very, very afraid.
Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it? You know, as the time progresses, the more we realise that this fear porn is utterly inconsequential to us. It doesn't work on us anymore because we know the reality is actually being dealt with flat anyway. In other words, what if the whole world realised how flat it's dealt with anyway? Something would change? No, just what you believed in would change. You no longer believe that you're on a ball. So what known science would change? Number one, that in itself is a contradiction. If it's science, it's empirically validated, cause and effect reasoning based on phenomena, established through systematic experimentation. And it is empirical. So to say the empiricism of science would change is just a way of saying the just so stories we peddled as science would change. Well, they weren't science. But as long as you're scared that the whole world would have to alter and uproot itself because you, the individual, find out how flat it is, nah. This fear bombing works on the principle that you see yourself as important for having this knowledge. That is to say, if you acquire the knowledge of flat Earth, the whole world will end. Nah, you aren't that important. You knowing won't change anything. Let's say there's some individual out there who's a staunch globe believer. Let's use Simon Dan as an example. Tomorrow, Simon Dan comes forth, stands up to his pulpit and says, it's actually flat. I appreciate that all of the measurements I've made are flat. Therefore, it can only be flat because that's how I measured it. Nothing would change. Consensus would still be on a ball. We'd still have that viewpoint regardless of one man changing his mind about how Earth was being dealt with anyway. The pilots will still fly straight and level, parallel with the surface level. Buildings will still be erected after levelling tools to a plane of Earth's surface. All of the elevation angles used to create the cartography systems, and indeed the ball itself, will still be flat Earth elevation angles, regardless of one man changing his viewpoint. Because his viewpoint didn't matter, didn't make any difference to how Earth was being dealt with. And when he came to dealing with Earth, he too had to deal with it flat. But that in and of itself still made no difference at a societal level. It didn't matter. It didn't change how Earth was being dealt with. When he changed his mind about how he suddenly recognised the truth of how Earth will be measured with elevation angles in his case. Now, the fact that he made those elevation angle measurements and then suggested that Earth's spherical also didn't matter. What really matters is how you, me in this example, are affected by the fear bombing that you're subject to on a daily basis.
Well, this one's here. The problem is, Nathan, it's still the same thing, category error. A flat Earth is impossible based on our current understanding of science. So if we lived on a flat Earth, science would be, by definition, wrong, and nothing would work.
Yeah, their version of science would be proven wrong if people who are inconsequential to our Earth actually gets dealt with recognise how flat it was. Yeah, your current science would be demonstrated wrong. Now, science is a method of empirically proving cause. That will never be demonstrated wrong if it's been empirically validated. You often find that the empiricism offered by the scientific method results in technological advancement humanity is seeing the benefits of. Those things won't change. Won't suddenly not have computers because a world view peddled as being science changes, but the bit that's been peddled as science will literally change because science says we're on a ball. Well, science not got lips. It's not a methodology of offering up words and descriptions. It's a methodology for proving cause. But that's never going to change. But your worldview that you were told was science would change. But it wouldn't matter if every single claim to be scientist suddenly has to profess the reality of how flat the engineers deal with Earth. The GPS is Cartesian. The elevation angles to the stars are measured. Those things were already happening. Doesn't make any difference if Neil deGrasse Tyson suddenly says, it's flat. Like, yeah, it was being dealt with flat anyway. Didn't matter that you admitted to it. They still went out and sailed with the flat charts and the flat directions. South will still be south, regardless of if Neil deGrasse Tyson or Carl Sagan or anybody else admits to how flat we deal with Earth. South's still flat. It always will be, it always was. That's how we navigate. So we navigate flat. Nothing that you believe has any consequence on that. And how Earth gets dealt with by professionals being paid to navigate their way around Earth's flat surface, fly over Earth's flat surface, or build on Earth's flat surface will not change either. All that alters is your perception. And that doesn't matter. How you perceive it is irrelevant.
Then they go on to say that, but you will never find an argument that will convince a flat earther they're not interested in reason. Ship's gyro compass, they do not work unless the earth is rotating. Flat earthers do not believe the earth is rotating. Game over.
Gyro compasses fundamentally defy the principle that's being claimed to prove their point. So a gyro compass, what you mean, something that remains rigid in space, axiomatically useful for remaining in level flight on an aircraft. What that proves a ball, It's like they take the thing that absolutely unequivocally proves Earth's being utilised as a flat plane and suggest that somehow that will stop working, and when it works, it proves a ball. Now, the only reason this functions, not the gyro compass, but the methodology of brainwashing in this example, is because the person reading it isn't using a gyro compass and has absolutely no consequence whatsoever for their misapprehensions about how ball-shaped gyro compasses prove the world to be, according to this text. And the fact, from my perspective, that a gyro's base principle remaining rigid in space is useful for establishing horizontal planes of reference for flight levels. Yeah, they're level. And I'm not flying the plane. So it doesn't matter that I recognise this is bullshit when this text says that gyro compasses would suddenly fail and be altered because people, that's flat earthers in the text, don't want to change their viewpoint. It's like, no, it's appealing to you with ridicule, saying, don't be a flat earther, those people are stupid and don't change their minds, so don't change your mind about it being a ball. Like, this is really pathetic brainwashing. But it works on most people because most people are dumb.
Yeah, this is crazy. This one guy says it would be a radically different universe. One where navigation using stars would make no sense. No, that's totally wrong. It only makes sense because it's from a flat Earth.
That's some guy. Some guy said the way we measure stars with his adenoids, yeah? The way we measure stars would change. You're not measuring any stars, though, are you? Yeah? But the navigators are. They use elevation angles. It's a prerequisite flat Earth measurement. But what? I say that the world would change fundamentally. You're not doing anything with Earth, though, are you? You're just some pathetic cuck.
Nathan, seasons and time zones would have worked radically different from what we're used to now. The entire fields of astronomy, geology, climatology, and meteorology, astrophysics would probably be radically different. Earth is flat, but every other celestial body is a sphere or an orb, as they used to call it. They killed Ken. That's this guy's name that's writing this. He don't even put his real name to it.
Yeah, so some guy says, if Earth was flat, the lights in the sky would have a problem. Does nobody see the disconnect here? Again, I'm going through this like I concern myself. This is for you. You, the dumbos watching this that believe they're on a ball. This is tailor-made, custom-specific for you to carry on unquestioningly believing what you already believed. And the majority of the consensus believes alongside you anyway. So you've got to ask yourself, I ask myself, why would this need reaffirming if it was actually the case? Nobody's out there reaffirming how flat you require the surface level when measuring it from sea level. You just measure it from sea level. There's never any affirmation required for a flat Earth prerequisite. It is what it is. You either accept it when you use it, that's to say you use surface level, sea level, eye level, all of the things that we axiomatically use when measuring Earth, or you don't. But it doesn't need some dweeby, adenoidal scientist to be telling you how the world would suddenly be in turmoil if you don't carry on believing as you believed anyway. No, you just go and you measure elevation angles if you want to navigate the Earth's surface. You just use directionality on a compass, two-dimensional, south being flat. Now, that doesn't need defence, does it? Certainly doesn't need me to defend it. South doesn't need any defence. It will be flat regardless. And the world won't stop because they realise, yeah, South's flat. Yeah, it was anyway. But you can be controlled and brainwashed by believing that if the world recognised that South is flat, suddenly there'd be economic upheaval. The South is flat. Nothing changes because you recognise how flat South is. Just suddenly the world in any way alter? No, but you were scared up until the point that you recognised that nothing happened. I found out it's flat, South's flat. Nothing's happened. Yeah, there's no economic crisis.
Well, Albert Normandy says if the Earth were flat, gravity would be completely bonkers. gravity pulls the cosmic dust into a ball that we call a planet. But let's assume that Earth is a massive rigid sheet that just somehow appeared in a universe that still has gravity as we know it. Gravity in this scenario still pulls towards the center of mass of the flat Earth, meaning people standing at the ends of the plate would feel gravity pulling at an angle, not downward.
Oh my God.
That is going to screw up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Vsauce, eat your heart out. So if I say the world finding out that Earth is flat would mean that my presuppositional mass-attracting, 111-year out-of-date force would still pull people to the centre of a pizza plate. Really? Have you never seen a cloud? Do you really think that mass attracts mass? You think that there's coalition of particles of low mass because a large mass is near them? Really? Well, why do we have clouds? That would be gases coming out of the ground and coalescing above us. Not going down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash, with this gravity that 111 years ago was suggested formed accretion forces. We don't. We've got clouds. We never experienced a fart. But if you don't believe in gravity, the whole world will end. You're just being fear-bombed. It's sad. People kept in a perpetual cycle of fear. I don't feel sorry for them, to be honest. I'd rather laugh at them. These pathetic dweebs. These adenoidal dicks.
It is funny because they think no inventions would work. I suppose the question is asking, what invention shouldn't be working if we live on a flat Earth?
No, this has been qualified.
The
the fear's been put into the text. The whole of science would grind to a halt. Everything would change. Okay, give me 3 examples. Go.
Well, the 3 examples are nothing would work. Here's a good one.
Right, no, not baseless generalisation by saying nothing would work. What, my telephone would stop working? So if everyone recognised tomorrow that south, a direction that we all use, is flat, does my telephone stop working? No. What about my mapping system? Does that stop working? No, it's still using trilateration, isn't it? It's still using a flat Earth prerequisite. The positions on the map have still been derived from positional information in terms of geographic position below stars at certain times, so that we can find our way around using said lights in the sky by way of measuring Earth flat. That is how the systems have been devised. So when you say everything would change, like, give me an example. My phone won't stop working. The system that's Cartesian to begin with, that's GPS, still work. Nothing would change.
No, they claim if Earth was flat, we would have different science. Back to the category era.
Okay. Well, maybe. I mean, like I say, we've pointed out for years that what is suggested to be science isn't. It's not empirically validated. It's a load of just-so stories. I say, oh no, science would change. Oh, it's okay, though. Geography would stay the same, wouldn't it?
Yep.
So, yeah, you can be worried about your gods, because that's what you've been sold, the people watching this who believe in this shit. You've been sold a religion about the sky, like Zeus and gods. That's what you've got. You've got a sky religion.
Holidays.
Say again?
And caravan holidays.
Caravan holidays. Do dweebs find fun in... I've taken caravan holidays. They're cheap. I'm poor. What's wrong with caravan holidays?
Absolutely nothing, but they aren't in a sky vacuum. They're usually in Wales on some field.
Are you saying that if the world was flat, caravan holidays would cease to exist? Oh no!
Well, you need a level field.
How do you pronounce this? SEISMO, seismometers? And earthquake science would be totally different. So we wouldn't be able to detect an earthquake if the Earth was flat.
Seismology is a flat Earth description. What have you got? A deviation in the horizontal with respect to the vertical as measured on a seismology instrument. Okay, so that's a flat Earth prerequisite. But every single time they suggest that something would suddenly alter, like what? Earthquakes? We measure earthquakes on a flat Earth.
Celestial navigation. I mean, come on, man. There is no way that a flat Earth theory can explain the position of stars in the sky in a consistent way like the globe does.
What? The globe doesn't explain it. The globe acts as a glorified protractor to describe the angles, degrees, that's latitude, wrapped around a compass that's North Pole centric. But the system itself works on the equatorial plane. That's how it functions. Again, it's back to us, flat earthers, reaching a point of apathy because we've gone through the process of looking how the globe actually functions. That's how it works, how the globe actually functions as a glorified protractor. But you still need the equatorial plane to describe these angles that are wrapped around the globe from. Well, no one's measuring from hell. We are measuring from surface level. We're measuring angles. We don't even need the extrapolation of the globe as a glorified protractor to explain how a surface level is required to measure the angles to the stars. It only functions flat. The globe. Now, you notice how I'm not saying the globe's not true, you're not living on a globe? I'm saying it functions with respect to a flat planar surface. The equatorial plane in this example. So I'm helping you out, guys. I mean, come on. If you can't be bothered to look up how your globe actually functions with respect to a flat plane, it's not my bad. But what? If it wasn't working, the whole world would see... No, it's just bullshit. You're just being fear-bombed.
This is the final one I'm going to give you. Observation of supernova 1987A. Neutrinos from the supernova arrived at Earth before the light. The position of the neutrino detectors around the world allowed the supernova direction to be estimated so that when the light arrived, astronomers were ready to observe the light. It is one of the best observed supernovas.
Sorry, let me get it straight. Us looking at a freaking light in the sky that is alleged underground bunkers that have detected little tiny trails, that's neutrinos, alleged that we'd have a light show that was imminent. That's it. I mean, can you get any more dweeby? Do you want the words AV on your T-shirt while you go, the scientists knew that they'd see a supernova? Well, it's a little freaking light in the sky. That's it. But what are you doing when you're describing the elevation angle to the light? Well, you're describing a flat Earth that you've measured in order to describe it in any capacity. Like any measurement of little lights in the sky that all these dweebs appeal to, you'll always measure it flat to achieve that. I mean, we used him earlier in the example, Simon Dan. What's he do the second he wants to appeal to a light in the sky proving how spherical the world is? Oh, well, he'll do this on screen. Measure it with respect to a flat Earth. That's exactly what he did 1,000 times. Like anybody who ever actually endeavours to measure Earth in any capacity, even when referencing lights in the sky, you still measure it flat. There is no exception to these facts.
I just realized that's the neutrinos thing that guy who from 24/7 was debated. That guy, did he bring up neutrinos?
Yeah, Dr. Blitz.
Yeah, that's it.
Dr. Blitz, that was it. Yeah.
So you have to say it with the adenoidal tone.
The neutrinos.
You bunch of dweebs.
The astronomers are waiting for the light.
Let's measure neutrinos from sea level.
Yeah, these guys do their best, don't they?
Well, thank God for the globe.
Like you said, yes.
Go ahead, one deck.
I was just saying, I like the way Nathan was. Sorry, I'm been a bit late. It's like the defense mechanism, like you was explaining yesterday, Nathan. I can't remember how you sort of explained it. It's the defense mechanism just kicks in to protect their religion. I don't know if you can go over that again.
I was referring to Chase Hughes. So Chase Hughes, I was watching a video and he's saying that your brain is not wired to seek out truth. Your brain is wired like a defense attorney, preordained to defend any belief that you already hold. That's what it's designed to do. So when you feel or detect that someone's trying to challenge a pre-held belief, you're already in the cognitive processing stages of your brain will go, defend this. You believe this. Not, I wonder if this is true or not. No. It doesn't concern itself with whether or not things are true. Just, do you already hold a belief in this regard? If so, I better defend it.
Nathan, I've just posted a meme in Master B that's very relevant to what you're saying. Do you want to show it on screen?
You should post it on screen. It's really funny.
I got it from 24/7 a few years ago in the meme section.
That's the guy on the left with the neutrinos. And I guess that's us. Earth is flat, man. What are you going to do?
FA equals GM squared over M squared divided by radius squared. G equals 6.7 times 10 to the minus 11. Yeah, and then you've got Giga Chad, Earth's flat.
They should have Earth is measured flat. I'm sorry.
But this is what it boils down to, isn't it? It's jocks versus dweebs. That's what it's boiled down to, right?
Revenge of the nerds, man.
Got a whole group of people like,
Society has told me that it's flat, and you're all wrong.
Okay, why'd you care? If you already know that you're correct about it being ball-shaped, get on with your day. Why are you concerned? Is it because you know that it could be wrong? Is that what it is? Yeah? Therefore, your brain kicks into defense mode. I must defend this already held belief. Sad?
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I was more...
Yeah, I like that.
More interested in girls. I've got to be honest.
But there's a doubt in the back of their mind that causes them to freaking lash out. They're not certain. They're not sure because they know. They measure Earth flat too. Imagine you in that position, Nathan. You're doing something one way, but they're telling you it's another way.
Yeah, but we also say it's not that serious. It's like where your government-approved control narrative producers will tell you the world will end if you don't believe it's spherical. Like we're saying, no, it's not that serious. The way the world's functioning currently is flat. Now, that won't change. It was always being dealt with flat anyway, and if you find out how flat it's being dealt with anyway, nothing will change. But so long as a government-approved narrative can be out there telling you that the world will actually implode and everybody will be unemployed if you don't believe this, then you'll be kept nice and docile and kept nicely under control, fighting for a belief structure that you've held. But eventually, you'll get old, and you'll look back on life and go, why did I dedicate so much of my energy to this? Didn't make any difference. And it didn't. Like, you weren't building anything. You weren't sailing. You weren't flying. You weren't producing any maps. Didn't matter that you didn't recognise how flat South is. Now, recently, on Friday, I was putting this fact out to people who are asking me questions, like I'm important in this. I'm not. Doesn't make any difference if I recognise it or if you recognise it. But there's a perception that we should be debating this for whatever reason, so we do. You know, we go through the motions. We've been here for 10 years, right? And when it got to somebody asking me about the sun moving in two different directions, which it does not, they were asking me about how somebody looking south would perceive this sun. And you're like, well, south's flat. And what I got in response was, keep chanting your mantra, Nathan. It's like, you think that me describing south is a mantra? I haven't even got a compass, literally. I don't think there's one in the building. I don't care. I'm not going so far from home that I need a map, right? I know my way to most of the places I go already. I don't need a compass. But you think it's my mantra? Oh, I see. You've made this about me. Right. Why? Like, it doesn't matter if I understand how flat south is. South will still be dealt with exactly as it is on a compass. On a flat map with the flat angles.
I'm from Uruguay. I know how you cope. Keep with your mantra.
Yeah, telling me that I'm coping. It's like, I don't need a compass currently. Like, I'm all right. I'm good. You're like, when you need a compass, maybe you'll appreciate how flat south is. But me pointing it out to you, it isn't me coping with anything. Yeah? But again, it's pure projection. So that you can cope with this seeming revelation. It's not. Earth was always being dealt with flat. You finding out about it isn't going to change anything. It's not a revelation. The world won't stop. There won't be mass unemployment. Your science stories, they were never science, but the stories told in science class, yeah, they become void. Don't they? They become bunk. But what does that mean? Your stories that you were peddled as science, when in reality were just a religious viewpoint, didn't change what you got taught in the geography class, did it? Nothing changed at all. How the world was dealt with was never the arbiter of science, or arbitrated by science. It was only ever dealt with in the geography class. And none of that's going to change if you find out how true everything you got taught in geography class is. Some people took that information and became employees based on their recognition of how flat Earth will be measured and dealt with. Some people got jobs flying planes in straight and level flight. Some of them got charts on flat tables and drew circles of equal elevation for navigation. Some people produced the maps themselves on those giant flat plates that we covered a couple of weeks back. But all of those people who were paid were dealing with it in a geography context, not a science context. Science exclusively deals with the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. Earth being flat is just a description of how geographically we deal with Earth. They're very separate categories. But you, as a cuck following the consensus, have been told that the world will end if you see it how it's dealt with in the geography class. I don't know why. It works, and I don't know why. I'm not a dweeb.
The world will end.
There was something telling, though, that he also said, Mr. Irigoy said, you're not going to bully me. So you were bullied, huh?
So what if all those people could cut off their noses to spite their face? And if they did, they could just get rid of all the flat earth measurements, and then they could claim a victory, and then they could just go and get lost.
Well, that is the problem, isn't it? When it comes to the reality of how the world's dealt with, people who have an actual concern for making money know that if the planes crash into each other because they don't adhere to the parallel flight levels that they're instructed to be at, people won't fly with them and they'll lose money. So when it comes to actual societal effects, that's people losing their jobs. People concern themselves primarily with dealing with Earth as a flat plane. And that is precisely how anybody who's dealing with it in any professional capacity does deal with it. That's just not you, you pathetic dweebs. You believing that you finding out how flat Earth is will suddenly result in the loss of huge numbers of jobs. No, it won't. Yeah. Likewise, when I found out, didn't change anything. No jobs were lost as a consequence of us here all recognising how flat Earth gets dealt with.
You're not going to bully me. Earth's a globe.
You can
the
believe
sun
it,
moves
though.
two different ways, Nathan.
I don't care if Uruguay guy thinks that by turning around the sun changes direction. In his own mental state, he's telling us, yeah, I understand that the sun moves in a single direction. Yeah, east to west. Yeah, so one direction. But I can also show you how it moves in different directions. No, we all accept that it moves in the same direction. Even you have confessed to this. You're not going to bully me. I don't want to bully you. Believe it goes in different directions, and good for you. I'm sure that'll get you the win.
That's just a mantra. That's how you go.
Yeah, I tend to find that I don't tend to dedicate that much time to concerning myself with South. It's not like the show ends and I go, South, it's got to be flat. If I keep saying it, it'll mean... It just is. That's South, right? It's not a mantra. I don't need to keep saying it. It's just a fact, right? But people who don't like South being a flat Earth prerequisite, they want to tell me that it's just a mantra, right? What, South being flat is just a mantra? I mean, okay, that's my cope. Okay. Projection much? I'm thinking, yeah.
I think we got to lean to that compass more. Maybe it'll click. You know?
No, the more it has clicked. That's the problem. This is the problem, right? The compass, you say, might make people click that it's flat. But will the compass change? Will directionality in any way, shape or form alter how it is based on your appreciation for how flat South is? Does it alter what a compass does?
No.
If I click my fingers and everybody recognises how flat South is, will it alter what a compass does? If everybody simultaneously recognised how flat Earth must be to use a compass?
Nope.
Who cares? Nope. Literally, who cares?
Directionality and measurement of Earth's flat.
My point is that while these sources that Neil's read out today want to imply to you, you stupid dweeb, that there will be consequences to you, a dweeb who is inconsequential, finding out that Earth's flat. That's actually them saying, don't stop believing. Don't stop. That's what they're telling you, though. Don't stop believing in this religion, because if you do, bad things will happen. Really? I don't believe you. Yeah? But you do, don't you? You dweebs. Yeah? Oh no, bad things will happen. The world will stop turning. It was never turning. It was only a mental construct that you held. And you're being told to retain that mental construct or bad things will happen. No, they won't. Yeah? We all know it's flat here. We all know that South is South. It's not a mantra. But me knowing that didn't change what South was. Everyone around me knowing it, now that I've managed to communicate these flat Earth prerequisite measurements that we all use anyway to a wider audience, it didn't matter. If I'd have kept my mouth shut and nobody appreciated it, South would still be South. It'd still be flat. Linear distances would still be used on maps that are flat. Elevation angles would still form the systems. The religion you're being told that if you don't believe in, the world will stop and mass unemployment will follow. Bullshit. Yeah? Just easily manipulated with fear. That's all this is. It won't be mass unemployment if people recognise what South is. The people who are being paid to navigate Earth's surface with directionality in tow still use South flat. Nothing you believe in will alter that. So you are utterly inconsequential. But you could all, join hands and sing Kumbaya about how globe-shaped it was? And that will all go away if you don't believe it? Who cares? Nothing bad will happen.
And that wasn't a mantra itself. That we all live in a globe, a ball, magical spinning water ball. That's not a mantra.
No, that's a fact.
No, that is what
really.
You're pointing out projection. Chocolate saying their mantra: Earth is a ball. Earth is a ball. Earth is a ball. That's a mantra that they need repeating. Us saying, it don't matter. Who cares? South's flat anyway, it don't matter. No, you've got a mantra! No, I haven't. Pointing out how demonstrably flat it is, you are constantly chanting how ball-shaped it is. They have mantras. They project them onto us.
I just told you the sun moves 2 different ways. How does that work on a flat Earth?
You know, he said that 15 seconds after I clarified that the sun only moves in one direction, and he agreed. Realise that, right?
Yeah.
So, like, can I get clarity? You appreciate that it rises in the east and sets in the west?
Yes, I understand this. You are all confused. It goes in different directions.
Whoa. 15 seconds ago, you appreciate that you've conceded the fact in the matter. Now, again, this dweeb, right, this guy from Uruguay, did it make any difference to the trajectory of the sun, his recognition of these facts? No. Did it change that east and west are flat earth directionality? No, it didn't matter. Yeah? If he'd have chanted, east and west are ball-shaped, they'd still be flat. In spite of his mantra, which is exactly that. The east and west have got something to do with the ball. They don't, right? That will never change, ever. No matter how many times you tell yourself it's ball-shaped. No mass job losses will be in effect as a result of you appreciating how ball-shaped it is. But that also has a flip side to it, that there's no consequence to you finding out. Suddenly, you might realise how unimportant you are in the scale of this thing that we call Earth. Like, you don't matter, yeah? Now, maybe that's the nihilistic view that you all wanted when you were told you're a speck of dust on a ball flying around the sun in an ever-expanding super-nothingness. Yeah, your insignificance was what you all desired. But in reality, you knowing how functionally flat Earth is inconsequential. You have no bearing on it. And if you did, you'd have been paid to make that your consequence. You'd have paid to learn how to deal with it in that manner. You didn't, and you probably never will. So what difference does it make if you know it's flat? And the answer is none. It doesn't matter if you know.
Yeah, that's just your mantra.
Just my mantra.
I don't need a mantra to know it's flat, though, do I?
No, that's just a measurement.
Yeah, the only reason I disagree with that is I would say, like, it does matter to me only the fact that I don't have to pretend that I'm living on something that my senses don't tell me I'm living on. So I'm okay with that. Other than that, yeah, I just continue with my day.
Yeah, it's, like you say, when we are described as coping with this, it's like, what is it that you feel like we need to cope with? Straight and level flight? Celestial navigation? Surveying? Do you think these things are sought out by us so that we can cope? As time progresses, we become more and more relaxed about these facts because they are inconsequential. That's not to say that if you didn't measure Earth flat, there wouldn't be dire consequences. There would. But we do already measure it flat. We, the royal we, because I'm not doing it and you're not doing it, are you? But the people who do, they have to deal with it flat. Or lives get lost. So it's the utter antithesis of what you're told with this fear porn. The world will end if it's dealt with flat. It's like, no. If it's not dealt with flat, planes crash into each other or the ground. If it's not dealt with flat, you can't establish areas of equal elevation. If it's not dealt with flat, then the building falls over. So it is consequential, but it's already being dealt with in that way. It just didn't matter that you didn't appreciate that, because you were just expected to cuck to the religion you were given in high school. That's all you were expected to do. And that requires constant reaffirmation. That requires a mantra. That's you being told constantly that there's dire consequences if you don't believe what you are already in agreement with. Why would something that you already appreciate and agree with needs constant reaffirmation? Well, it's because it's not true.
Well, the funny part about that is, though, that we tell them it's dealt with flat, and then they get upset about it. And when they iterate that it's flat, that it's dealt with that way, they say it's for ease and for simplicity. okay, it's for ease and simplicity that you measure something the opposite of what it is. Okay, we can run with that. And then we're the ones coping? Nah, I think the cope is that we have to cope with their cope, unfortunately. Because if they didn't have to feel like they had to cope, what are they doing here? What, isn't there something more productive to go do? Why you pay attention to us? You know what I mean?
So the mantra can get reiterated over and over again. Didn't you know that there'll be mass unemployment? And I think that's what drives them to brace against us. They're so scared that the world will stop turning and there'll be mass unemployment that suddenly we might cause that, because that's what they've been told by the people who are actually keeping them well in check and under control. It's like, we didn't tell you that the world would end if you don't believe as you already believe. But you want to tell me I've got cope? Like, no. It's a clever system. Project your fears and insecurities onto the person who recognises the reality of the situation. But neither in this scenario have any consequence on how Earth actually gets dealt with. It means nothing to any of us. What difference will it make, you get asked by average normie? Well, none. No, it won't make any difference to how Earth gets measured and sailed on, charted, built upon, flying over. None of those things will change if you get this. So don't worry about it. Just remain on a ball. Just keep your religion. It's fine. Like, no lives will be lost for you keeping your religion of being on a ball. I mean, none will be lost if you find out tomorrow and appreciate how it's dealt with. That won't have any consequence or bearing on the world either. Half the time when you try and boil it down with some of the flat earth dweebs that we deal with, it's like, why do you need the whole world to appreciate these facts that are already in effect anyway? I mean, flights are still going to be in level flight, regardless if you wake the world up to how flat it is. Like, why do you want this? The answer is often because their eyes, next man's eyes, will be open to all the other deceit. Like, half the time, your average normie is also apathetic to how much deceit they have to face on a daily basis. Yeah, the news lies, but what are you going to do? Is the kind of attitude you get from your average normie. Let's say, what, you think that by realising how flat Earth is actually dealt with in reality, they'll have their eyes open to media manipulation? Most normies know that the news lies. So why does it make any difference to you to wake people up? Just let them have their belief. It's like you cuck. You can have your belief. Believe it's a ball. Me, I understand how your ball got created with flat Earth measurements. What's that? That's my mantra? No, it's just an advanced understanding of how you got your religion. I mean, I don't want to take part in your religion anymore. What's that? Your overlords say that you'll have mass unemployment if you don't continue to believe? Oh, well, then you better keep believing. Don't stop. I'll laugh at you, though. Easily manipulated you are. Any more for any more? I'm going to round out this live show. Change the show title to Globe Mantra. Any more for any more? With that, I will say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Neutrinos and that from, where's that from?
I was reading them
Not
from
the neutrinos!
I googled something. The neutrinos, man.
Oh no, not the neutrinos! No!
Actually, we laugh out loud when you talk about the neutrinos got here before the light. I actually laughed out loud, almost spit out my coffee.
Yeah, they're waiting for the light.
The heliocentric story is not the biggest comedy show like I've ever heard. Like, I mean, I don't know what is.
We tried to go into other servers one deck, and we got just in the chat. They changed our names yesterday to some ridiculous. I think I was Epstein is God. So you're dealing with children, literally children, on Discord playing games. They changed Nathan's name, and they don't even want to hear. And this is supposed to be
sexy fanboy.
What kind of server was that? Geography server?
I quite like my fake name, Sexy Femboy. Why not?
Sexy fuck boy.
Oh god. It's the geography server. I've not been in there yet. I'll have to go in and have a little play around.
They obviously knew it
Before
was.
me.
I mean, they titled me correctly with the word sexy. So they obviously knew me.
Just so you know, one day you will be wasting your time going in there.
I just want to see what my new name would be. Probably one Dick. That's what they usually change it to.
Rather than talking about geography, turn it into fear board.
Is it the same person or beginning?
Anyone else picking up chocolate low?
Very low.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hear me better?
Just about.
And you're sounding a bit like a neutrino, mate.
Oh no! They've got me.
Can you absolutely 100% prove that your hand is there?
Well, you can never really know the truth about anything.
It was hilarious. These folks make believing that they're the arbitrators of truth.
Listen, you heard there would be no discoveries if Earth were flat. None of the dainties that we have, none of our TVs wouldn't work, GPS wouldn't work, flight wouldn't work. None of these things would even work if Earth were flat. Come on,
Cats
I read
and
it to you.
dogs living together. Total chaos.
Mass hysteria. You gotta get it right. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
The one guy at the bottom, he said, my TV would at least still work. And somebody answered him, no, it would not. And they went into their understanding of how TV works because of a globe. And what's that stuff they call plasma or something? Let me see. I can't find it, but that's what he was saying. The plasma effect, man. So you would not even have a TV if Earth were flat.
Wow.
Meanwhile, it's the total opposite. Everything they mentioned required a flat Earth, like flight, celestial navigation, building tunnels and bridges. These all require to be flat. They'll just tell you that the calculations they were built in, that the curvature was already built into the calculation. It was accounted for.
Well, it did say here like that most TV signals are broadcast using horizontal polarization, while some relay transmitters may use vertical polarization.
Listen, it's line of sight, but a lot of things is line of sight, but the calculations were spherical.
This is some great stuff this morning. All projected onto us and then to everyone. about their set of beliefs when they're just measuring the earth flat. It's not that serious.
Oh, but it is, my friend. Oh, but it is. Apparently, to some people who want to hold on to their nursery rhyme. Which is funny, because, yeah, hold on to it. That's okay. Why does it matter if I don't hold on to it anymore? That's the whole thing I never really got. You want to believe that? Go for it. Why do you get upset because I don't believe that? Are you kidding me? You want me to believe that other people are antipodal to me at any given time? No, I'm okay. You can have that belief. I don't want it. No, thank you. And then you get mad at me? What? That shit is crazy to me.
Yeah, we're cool, bro. The earth's measured flat. Water off a duck's back. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
Talking wrath of God stuff. Fire and brimstone coming down from the skies, rivers, seas boiling, 40 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes, human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Now, what they said, he would not be able to detect the earthquake because you no longer have seismology to look into.
Can anyone even name the mine?
What direction was that coming from?
From Ghostbusters.
Nobody knows what that is. Well, it's
Oh, I
Ghostbusters.
thought that was Diamond Dogs. Came about.
Then Venkman says, the city is headed for a disaster of biblical proportions, Mayor. Mayor says, what do you mean, biblical? And then Ray says, he means Old Testament, Mr. Mayor. Real wrath of God type stuff. And Venkman says, exactly. And then Ray says, fire and brimstone coming down from the skies. Rivers and seas boiling. Spengler says, 40 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes. And then Winston says, the dead rising from the grave. Then Venkman says, human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. And the mayor says, all right, I get the point. That's what happened if you found out Earth is flat. Like, no, if you found out Earth is flat, literally nothing would change. Nothing would happen. There'd be no consequence. But you need to be made to feel like a special little snowflake. With fear. Fear that your jobs for everyone will be lost, that there'll be some consequence on a mass scale beyond you, just from little old you finding out. You're like, they've made you feel quite important then. Like, the whole weight of the world and everyone's employment rests on you keeping devout to your globe faith. That's what it really boils down to if you break it down. If you don't retain your globe faith, everyone will lose their job. And therefore what? Therefore it's all your fault. If only you'd have kept your globe faith, nobody would have lost their jobs. Because everything else on the list, as Neil points out, is utterly inconsequential whether or not people believe it's a globe. And in reality, every example is actually a measurement of a flat Earth.
That almost sounds like that if you don't believe in gravity, you would float away. Like, same difference.
Bringing my wife to the gynecologist today. He better be a female.
Alrighty then.
Oh, I'm just about to eat a sandwich.
Did I tell you guys the story when I was dating the Irish girl?
Is it clean?
Oh, pretty much. Got to do with gynecology, so. Anyway, I take her in to see the gynecologist, and he's freaking checking her, and he does a double take, and he had the balls to ask my girl at the time if she was a redhead.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like the belly's popping out. Are you a redhead? I'm like, you got 5 seconds to get out of here. Dr. Simonson, young prick, nerd. But that's it for your porn. If the world goes flat tomorrow, everything is forget it. Science is totally wrong. So they're in a category error, right? We established that. I'm telling you, that's the most important thing. Getting people to recognize that science has nothing to do with it.
Right, in this scenario, when I'm taking the piss with Ghostbusters, right, who are the Ghostbusters talking to in that scene?
The mayor.
The mayor. What's the mayor? Someone of high importance. What the mayor says, thinks, and does influences huge numbers of people, correct?
Well, that city, yeah.
Right. So now take the exact same scenario with what Neil read out from Google and think about you, the reader, taking in that information. You become the mayor, don't you? Suddenly you have a huge degree of significance in terms of what happens here. It's extremely important that you understand and appreciate how globe-shaped the world must remain, because if you don't retain that faith, jobs will be lost, cats and dogs will be living together, the dead will rise from the... You see what I mean? You're not the mayor, though, are you? That's my point. You need to make people
No,
feel...
you're just a nerd.
You need to build them up in terms of their own self-importance. It's appealing to that part of your brain that says, you are the secret king. You are the arbiter of whether or not everybody will retain their jobs. The people who brace against us are gamma dicks, all of them. But what does that really mean? It means that in their minds, they have a bearing on this stuff. They're out fighting the flat earth. Fighting! Like, what you do is not going to change anything. You're not at war. You have no bearing on anything. But in your mind, you're freaking Batman, fighting for the good cause. Craig literally goes around on his fake accounts calling himself Batman. So I banned an account called Batman, and then Craig got in touch to moan about why I'd banned his Batman account. You're like, you genuinely believe you're Batman. You think it's of significant importance that you do something about this. No, you've got no bearing on any of it. You're just some pathetic dweeb. Literally nothing will change tomorrow. If I should have used Craig in the example on today's live show, not Dan, would have been a much better example. It's always the way when you think about it. But Craig would be much better. Some fat dude in a Batman costume going, it's really important that you understand that the world's moving around the sun.
Yeah, but that's what they say, Nathan. That's what Buck said in the chat yesterday before he got booted. I'm here to protect people because I'm tired of them being deceived by Nathan and his lies.
Yeah, they think they're protecting the world from me. It's absolutely comical when you break it down, isn't it?
Hilarious.
Very telling that the story needs protection. But why doesn't the story hold up itself? Why doesn't the evidence hold up itself? Why do you have to come out of the shadows like a superhero to protect this nonsensical story?
Well, they do. Neil deGrasse comes out of the shadows when a star, right? When a certain star comes to an understanding. Hey, I heard the Earth is flat. I'm going to look into it. Knock, 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 knock. Neil deGrasse here. Let me take you to
knock,
space.
knock, knock. Woo! Globe Police. Hello.
But that's what Nathan was saying, Chocolate. They got consensus. What are you doing? And probably because we're over the target, we hit the target, and now it's collateral damage.
I am Batman, fighter for the consensus. Thousands of jobs are at stake.
So who was the best Batman? I'm going with Michael Keaton.
Nah, American Psycho was the best. Of course. Can't deny
Why,
that.
because he's a Brit?
No, because he played Patrick Bateman, like pure psychopath. That's who you want playing Batman. I mean, Michael Keaton did an all right job. He was in, what was it, Pacific Heights? He played an all right psychopath, I guess. Patrick Bateman's like absolutely timeless, though, isn't he? I don't know. You want your Batman to be as dark as possible. That's why it's comical when some fat dweeb thinks they're Batman. You think you're a highly intellectual, highly influential, multi-millionaire. No, you're not. Some fat dude in some washed-out grey suit. The Adam West of Batman.
His best part was freaking, what's his name, in Ford vs. Ferrari. He was excellent in that. He played the English race car driver. What's his name again? Ken Miles. Len.
Hello.
Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, Nathan, I remember you asking the other day what McToon's name was, so you could come up with a pseudonym for your book. Someone shared me a website the other day. It's called mctoon.gay. That is the web address, and on there it says his name is Ryan Scott Kruger.
Oh, okay.
That's useful.
I vaguely remember
That might
it being
be it.
Ryan. Well, I've already come up with his fake name now. Not that I'll be repeating it on this show, but yes, I've already come up with his fake name. I think it might have been Ryan. I can't remember.
Or Toby.
Just because now he wishes the worst on you, and you got a wife and 2 kids. So when someone's wishing the worst upon you, that means everything in your life they're hoping just deteriorates. So you're a piece of shit in my book.
But that's very telling. Like I say, when we talk about how the world isn't going to be affected by you finding out that Earth's flat, there are simultaneously people who, because I don't toe the line with a consensus religious viewpoint, deserve pain in their mind. That is so sad. It's pathetic.
Yeah, because you're a horrible person, but does not give any details showing anybody why you're a horrible person. Or because you say Earth is measured flat.
Thousands of jobs are at stake, Neil.
I used to feel that way, but reading the stuff that I read, NASA would be affected. That's basically it, because everybody else has been utilizing Earth flat anyway, right? Planes been flying over a flat surface. Boats been sailing over the seas, another flat surface. They've been making bridges and tunnels for who knows how long on a flat surface. So what would really change?
That's the comedy part. That's what makes it funny. Oh, thousands of jobs would be at stake. Oh, the thousands of jobs that are already based around Earth being flat. Okay.
And
go ahead
just
with
the behaviour of a liar, though. You better believe my lie, otherwise the consequences are very, very dire. So you best believe me.
So really, it would just be NASA. Like you said, it would take. What would it take to just start a new curriculum? Really, nothing, right?
Yeah, a couple of days. It would be very easy, Neil. Like I say, not teaching something that's in a textbook that's from 1984 on the classrooms of some old shitty school isn't going to be a big deal. You know, you just pass a memo, type out an email. Just don't talk about heliocentrism anymore in the science class. Thank you. That'll be it. What's that? Thousands of lives would be at stake. The whole of gravity would turn on its head. What? Why? Give me an example of where anything bad happened from somebody finding out Earth's flat. If you can show me one example that's directly connected to Neil specifically, show me one job that was lost as a result of Neil finding out. Show me one. You won't. It's never going to happen. But that really is just the rhetoric that I'm coming out with currently, isn't it? It's inconsequential if you find out. I found out, nothing bad happened. Didn't matter in the slightest. I mean, it means that I'm not the mayor. You know what I mean? It's not suddenly incumbent on me to keep the line towed of the religion of heliocentrism, because otherwise thousands of jobs. No, nothing bad happened. Yeah, it just meant that I wasn't as important as I once felt. The heliocentric system made me feel like if I know this, it's deeply important that I pass it on to my nephew. Oh, well, right, because you can sniff your own farts about intellectually superior on knowing this shite about lights in the sky. That's all it boiled down to. That's the real loss that these dweebs don't want to feel. They have something that they can talk about in the bar, in this hypothetical scenario where everybody, jocks, golden girls and dweebs and AV club members alike, are all sat around the table. And for that one moment, you, the secret king, has got a story about how the world's flying around the sun. And aren't you interesting? Everybody loves you. No, you're just a fantasist. Because you're not loved, you're a dweeb. You always were, you always will be. You investing heavily into this fart-sniffing information that you felt made you special didn't. So what? You were always a dweeb anyway, who cares? It don't matter. You can look at it on the bright side from that perspective too. It still don't matter that you do know how Earth's actually dealt with by people being paid. But those people, the pilots, they don't really give a shit. They want to shag the waitresses on the plane. That's their main priority. They don't care about you. They want to keep you alive long enough so they can go back to the hotel room with all of the flight crew. And they jump in the jacuzzi and drink champagne because they paid huge amounts of money to not kill you on a flat plane. But they don't care that you held the religion. Oh, yeah, you can keep that religion. That's good by them, isn't it? Why? Because they're more concerned with the hostesses, not you.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you dare say the Earth is flat, they'll ground you if you're a pilot. And like Refracted, he lost his job because it was whispered through the grapevine that he said the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so there's an unwritten rule that you don't bring the science class into the geography lesson. Don't do that. You can't understand and appreciate how flat Earth is being flown over and then tell people that their religion's wrong. You're not in a science class when flying the plane isn't science, pilot. Okay? So if you're going to cause an upset with the customers that are paying us money by telling them their religion's wrong, then yeah, we'll keep you on the ground. You're causing problems. Now get up there and stay in level flight. When the ground controller tells you to ascend to a certain flight level, just do it. Don't be telling them that the Earth's not a ball. That's got nothing to do with you. You just need to fly across Earth as a flat plane and keep your bleeding mouth shut. Pay you enough money for it. Why have you got to have an opinion? You're on the clock. We're paying you. Fly the frickin' plane. Don't talk about how Earth's a ball or not a ball. That's not your position. You're not Neil deGrasse Tyson, after all. You're not a frickin' scientist. You're a pilot. Don't disturb the apple cart, right? There's a religion. Everybody's aware there's a religion. And it's not taught in geography. So if you're dealing with geography, keep it separate. Have we learned nothing over the last weekend? If we try and incorporate the non-science into geography, people don't like that either. And we wanted to keep that separate. they don't even want to talk to you because it is obviously immediate and obvious and painful when you got to deal with Earth flat. You just want to keep the science class as far away from the geography class. It's at the other end of the school, isn't it?
Well, to be fair, I think the lady pilot was just asking the other pilot a couple of questions, and he ratted her out, and then she was grounded.
Yeah, and society says asking questions about an Earth that you fly in level flight over, it won't be how she phrased it. She'll have phrased it in such a way that made it obvious she was questioning the science of how ball-shaped the world is. It's like, yeah, you will fly over it flat, but that's just because it's easier. It's still a ball. Why are you questioning this? Are you nuts? Do you need locking up? I think you do. There's going to be dire consequences for you. That's what they want you to have the impression. There's dire consequences for everyone else's job. Nah. If you don't toe the line of this, it'll be your job that's at risk. That's the reality, isn't it? Yeah? It won't be that suddenly everyone else will lose their job. It'll be that you'll lose your job. So believe as we damn well tell you, or you'll know about it quickly. Then it'll be all about the individual, you, because we'll have your job off you. Or we'll take your kids away, or we'll hope that you live in pain and misery. That sound familiar?
Yeah.
Not just that, though. You would disrespect the honor of somebody's friend's roommate's uncle's sister who made a screw that supposedly was on and went to the Apollo mission or something like that. Some crap. You'd be dishonoring their memory, their history. So yeah, can't have that.
Well, you're talking about the people whose uncles worked in NASA, making different types of arts that were needed for the moon landing. Yeah, I had one of those guys come at me.
Yeah, shit like that.
Are you telling me my?
You're breaking up, Neil.
Yeah, but you got the general idea what he was saying. People approaching him saying, "Are you suggesting my uncle's a liar?" My response, yeah, he is, definitely. Did he say he's gone to the outer space sky vacuum that violates natural law? Then he's definitely a liar. What's that? Does that offend you that your own kin could lie to you? That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. But you're deeply offended that I could point that out. I mean, I'm not the one saying that I'm in a sky vacuum, though, am I? I mean, if I tell you I'm in Narnia and I'm related to you, you're going to accept it because I'm your cousin? Come on, really? I mean, that's pretty sad. But if you wanted to defend the virtue of some random stranger that's not here lying currently about being in a sky vacuum, that's up to you. I mean, I'm not going to be too concerned that you're going to call me out for calling somebody who's absolutely unequivocally a demonstrable liar. You think that's going to concern me? Oh, right, I'm not too concerned that you're defending the virtues of this lying prick. She's just a lying astronaut like all of them. They all lie about being in a sky vacuum. They're not. We'd all be dead. We'd have no gas to breathe. It's a natural law.
Yeah, but he don't know that. He's just making parts.
Well, then he's not a liar. It's like if you're working at NASA producing Velcro, then good for you. I'm sure this person isn't a liar. Has he suggested or she suggested that they've been to space? They haven't. Well, then they're perfectly within their rights to tell you about their boring-ass project that they're currently working on. I've managed to grow some cress in some very low acidic soil. Oh, really? How very interesting.
Yeah, you're making O-rings for a rocket doesn't equate to you just being nefarious. You're just manufacturing O-rings.
Yeah, but they're probably telling the story behind it. So, like telling your nephew, I was the person that made these things on the first shuttle that went to the moon. Now, come on now. He's got to be held a little bit accountable for that.
My uncle's brother's roommate is the guy that put that panel on the international space station. Yeah. That's the family legacy, baby.
M. Scott Beach, he'll defend that till the death.
Oh, all right.
According to him, 2 and 2, science is always changing. You know, just you got it. Science changes again.
You got to keep it fluid, huh?
It's the same old nonsense of replacing so-so stories with more so-so stories. Pseudoscience is the collection of beliefs or practices that's mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. It's just garbage.
That quote made the book. Covered that a couple of days ago. It's from Brown University.
What quote? Because Christian was breaking up for me.
He's saying he defined what pseudoscience was. A series of beliefs or practices mistakenly being claimed to be based on the scientific method is a rough paraphrasing of what somebody at Brown University defined pseudoscience as being.
Yeah, it's what it is.
Was it a Danik one time that came in here and said pseudo means real? He's trying to defend or change the definition of the word pseudo. Freaking Danik. He's still around.
Yeah, just not here. I remember one too. Yeah, straight is straight and level is curved.
Just wow.
You know, the earth will be always flat no matter your projection of beliefs on the folks. It's just what it is in reality. The earth measured flat.
Well, I think my next call of action is to look for science and engineering servers. But I'm sure, particularly the science servers, they're not going to like us.
Measuring the Earth as a horizontal flat is easier than accounting for its curvature because the Earth is exceptionally large compared to the human scale, making the curve imperceptible to our senses and negligible for short distances. Short distance measurements, sorry. While the Earth is a sphere, the local surface acts as a, for all practical purposes, straight line or plane.
Sounds like you're quoting geography concepts that make apologies for how ball-shaped it isn't. Well, this is why I suggest that we shouldn't be trying to make our way to the science forums. Science is very limited, right? If you actually look at what science actually is, it's not about forums or people either, is it? Something I've been saying we're not when we describe what flat Earth is. How flat Earth is has nothing to do with the people, the societal groups, the stereotypes. Those things are all irrelevant of how flat Earth is. What does flat mean? Having no part higher or lower than another? Level? That's what flat means. What about Earth? What, the ground beneath our feet? The surface of the ground, that's what Earth is. Did I mention anybody's name, a group, a belief structure, science? None of those things came into it. Well, likewise, if we're going to go and make friends and influence people, let's make friends and influence people in arenas that we have an expertise in. Our expertise is geographical. Now, I had no intention when I became a flat earther of becoming a geography expert. While I had a base level appreciation for how Earth had been appreciated by myself personally as a flat plane when on aeroplanes, didn't mean that in my mind I thought, you know what, I'm going to become an expert in geography. It didn't even occur to me. But now here we are, 12 years down the line. What have we spent our time learning about? Geography. That's it. That's all we've become experts in. Now, because we're kept in the stereotype of flat earther, it means that we are alleged to be in a science category as science deniers, right? But we're not. We're geographical experts. That's what we actually are. So that's where we should be trying to make inroads. Now, to me, I knew this was going to happen anyway. It's very telling, albeit with me trying to force that particular position immediately to make this point. But there we go. You know, I am the arbiter of my own destiny in this regard. But people don't want their religion of a ball being incorporated into their utilisation of flat Earth measurements when in a geography forum. You are like a fart in the room when you come in and point out that, well, Earth's flat because we deal with it flat. You're dealing with it flat and I'm dealing with it flat.
But maybe we need to enter the science forums to educate them on what science is.
Why?
Because
we're
they don't
not
have
experts. How many experiments have you ever done? We're not experts in that field. We are not scientists. We have not
but we
learned.
know what the scientific method is, and they don't. That's the point.
Doesn't matter. The fact that we are of an appreciation of what science isn't, because that's why we had to learn what science is, because we were told we were in a science denial by understanding geography. Well, I can summarise that, but being told that you're a science denier, leading you to learn what science is, what am I being told I'm a science denier? What is it that I'm denying exactly? Oh, definitely not science. That's been hijacked to create an air of empiricism when talking about how violating their belief in a ball is with regards to the geography of the Earth. So that's what we should focus on. We haven't become science experts. We just know what science is. That doesn't mean that we're doing anything scientific or that we ever will. We can't. That's a category error. So when we find out that, well, we've been mislabeled as science deniers, why? Well, because they were hijacking the empiricism that that particular genre had to offer them, because they weren't scientists either. They were claiming to be, but that doesn't mean that I need to go into the science forums and start disciplining them in what they aren't, because a lot of infiltrators have decided to steal their valor. That's not my problem. What have I actually got an expert knowledge in?
Though.
But my actual expertise, my actual expert knowledge is in geography. Know your strengths.
Yeah, but they don't want us there. We tried going there. They kicked us out. They changed our names and kicked us out.
I mean, a couple of servers run by kids. I'm saying, if you want to go out, people tell me all the time, you need to go to this place, you need to go to that place. I'm like, okay, well, now I've shown you what happens when you go to these places. They want to keep their religion. There's a consensus view that the world's a ball. That doesn't change because you go to a forum that unequivocally requires Earth be flat. In fact, if anything, it makes them worse, doesn't it? No. If you want to continue, though,
yes,
continue in a genre that you do have the upper hand in. Why don't they want to talk to you? Because you've got the upper hand. You know more about geography than they do in their own forum. Nobody likes that. Doesn't change what your expertise is in. Now, if you don't like the forums that are made around us that gear it towards the debating of anti-flat earthers / globe believers, then fair enough. Go out and make friends and influence people. That's how you succeed in life in general if you're trying to sell somebody something, which is all this is. Now, I don't have any desire to go out and sell people the reality of a flat earth. It's dealt with that way anyway. But if you want to make friends and influence people, make those friends in an arena that you can offer them something as a benefit. You can't offer them science, so why go to the science forum? Number one, there's a good chance they'll start humiliating you if they're actual scientists, and you aren't offering them anything. You don't have any benefit to them. When it comes to...
What's a scientist?
Somebody who performs the scientific method. But I'm talking about us understanding how Earth functions. That's geography. Well, you can truly offer next man in that forum some actual knowledge, some actual beneficial information, potentially. That is to say, when you describe, as you can, how the process of celestial navigation is done, you can impart that information on somebody with aplomb. You can do it really well because you know about it. So why not lean into your strengths? And if the answer is, well, because we got there and immediately they don't like us. No. You're right. People who are in a geography forum, more often than not, want to post little lemon memes. Don't they? They want to talk about geography. They want to post little memes. The fact that collectively they've come together because they universally have a love of a particular subject when they were sat in high school doesn't mean that when they're actually in their forum, they want to talk about work. You go into the forum for railway building and there's a good chance they're all talking about girls in there. Because that's really what they want to talk about. The fact that they've come together with a universal understanding about how railway networks function doesn't necessarily mean that when you get to the forum on railways that they're all talking about railways. Quite often not the case. But that doesn't mean that if you're in that forum, you know, and you're an ice skater, there's a good chance that you will never relate to anybody on any level in that forum. We can be of benefit to people in a geography forum because we are experts when it comes to geography. So lean into your strengths. Yes, I can understand how frustrating it is when people are like, I don't really want you talking about how flat we measure Earth, even though we do, because I know that when you talk about it, it's because you're a flat earther. So yeah, well, we're trying to relinquish ourselves of this stereotype that we've been given as science-denying flat earthers. Because what we actually are is just experts in geography. We know all about how mapping, surveying, flying, sailing is done with respect to Earth. That's geography, isn't it? In the purest of forms.
Well, where's your flat Earth map then, Nathan?
We would benefit them. We would benefit them, but we wouldn't benefit the narrative. And don't forget, to protect the narrative is the mission. That's why you must fight the flat Earth. Right? The narrative is the mission, man.
I don't know about you guys. I'm happy right where I am just doing the shows. I don't want to go anywhere. You just came up with these freaking ideas.
Yeah, but even in them geography, like I just read out there, that the answer that what I just read out was me asking a question: why is it easier to measure Earth horizontal even though it's curved? It's easier because it's measured horizontal. Is easier than accounting for its curvature because it's exceptionally large. Now that's what the geography people will tell you, like Dave McKeegan will tell you. It's just easier because it's locally flat.
That's what they've been saying
compared to the human. Yeah,
they've been saying that
compared to the human. Yeah, it's just it's just easier to do it that way because it's so big. We just measure it flat. So yeah, we do measure it flat and it is horizontal, but it's still a ball.
We don't only measure Earth flat.
Right, we don't only measure Earth flat. We do actually only measure Earth flat, but that's not the point.
So when you hit the geography guys, that's it. Yeah, but when you hit the geography guys with that, they say, well, yeah, we know that, like Dave McKeegan does. It's easy to do it on the local scale flat, because it's so huge. We have to do it locally flat. It's common knowledge, this. You can measure a large sphere by its flatness. You know what I mean? This is what they're being told. This is their belief. It's a ball, but we measure it flat. And there's nothing wrong with that.
They were okay when they said that, and our response was, "But no, it can't be flat because you're telling us it's a ball. So where's the ball? Where's the curve, right?" And that was cool because it kept it round and round and round, and kept it going. Now we're just like, yeah, flat, and now it's a problem.
Yeah,
Breaking it.
Yeah, so they've got every excuse under the gun, and AI is making it worse for, making it better for them because everyone's going to these AI definitions and reasoning, and that just gives you a lot of garbage, like I've just read out. It's just measure the globe flat. That's what we do. What's your problem? It's just easier to do it that way. Once you've got that. Because you've been told from AI and it's on Google, yeah, this is how it's done. It's measured flat, but it's globe. You're happy now. You can go and say that to anybody. Because that's in a search engine somewhere telling you that's how it's done. Show your reception today, Neil. It's terrible.
Yeah, Neil, your satellites are breaking up over there.
Where are you? Sound like you're on the moon.
Washing machines in the sky aren't doing their job.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
Here, boy.
Yeah, but they've always measured it flat. It was easier to measure it flat for Eratosthenes when he was measuring the circumference. Just measure it flat. That'll give me the circumference. And Al-Biruni. I'm just going to measure it flat with elevation angles and depression angles to get the circumference of the Earth, because it's just easier to measure elevation angles and depression angles to measure curvature. They've told us all along.
Listen, Neil. Listen, Neil, you can't measure time, Neil. It's now, now, now.
Wow, she was hard work, wasn't she, yesterday? Bloody hell. I was like, okay with it. I've never spoke to her. I thought, oh yeah, like, yeah, she's all right and all that. But an AI was giving her a hard time, saying she needs some sleep. And then as I was getting into the conversation and I started shouting at her, I'm thinking, I'm with AI on this one. I can totally understand where AI was coming from.
2 weeks ago, my grandmother died.
And I'm not laughing at that, yeah, but that was, but there's nothing, yeah, but we don't have time.
Now. Now. What happened? Did the past go? Now. Now. Everything is now. Now. Now.
Back to then. When? Now.
It was then.
Past?
It was
Just
then.
now.
It was just then.
It was nearly then. We were nearly there. We were not quite there, and we didn't quite go there. We never went there before, but it's just now.
We're getting closer, though, in the future to making predictions. What are you talking about? I know on May 23rd, I'm going to be 61.
So this is it then. No housekeeping, no anti-flat earthers, no surf harping. Just sat here watching the world go by.
Yeah, do you want a cocktail?
Yeah.
Why do they call it a cocktail?
Waiter dips his cock in it.
Couldn't they find anything better?
Cock being one of those stirrers, of course.
There's that word again.
Sat in the hospital today with my dad, and he turned around. He said he watched something on telly last night, and they've apparently found water on the moon. I said, "Oh." I said, "Why have they been back?" He went, "Well, I don't know. I was watching this program last night, and I think it's on the other side." The other side.
They found water on the moon for the first time again.
This is my dad. This is my dad very well, but he's 80 odd, and he's like saying, you know, I said, "Oh, I don't really talk to about him with it all. He wouldn't be able to cope." So I just said, "Why have they been back to the moon?" And he said, "Oh, well, the program said they've been on the other side now and there's water there." I said, "Well, I thought they lost." The last thing I heard, Dad, was they'd lost the technology and they couldn't get back there. So I don't know. He went, "Well," he just went, "Well, I don't know. I'm not sure." He just said they might have found water. Oh, God.
Have they run out in the hospital?
Hey?
Have they run out?
Have they run out?
Of water.
Water. Yeah. Well, he doesn't drink anything like that anyway.
They grew lettuce in space, like for the first time, like 5 times.
That's always what I'm puzzled about. It's like, why this obsession with finding water on the lights in the sky? It's like, have you not? Is your faucet broken? What's the problem?
I think it's it must. I think they try to be. It's associated with life forms, with water. Where there's water, there's life, or has been life.
No, we're going to run out of water soon. Don't you know that, Nathan?
Cats and dogs living together.
Yeah, global warming.
It's agricultural from a second law of thermodynamics violation now, is it?
Saying of the week, though, wasn't they? If everybody realised that the Earth was flat, it'd get rid of a lot of these taxes, wouldn't it? And wonder how if you put it in a spreadsheet of how much you'd save per year if you could deduct all the crap because you do get charged, don't you, for being on a globe?
No, I went through that. We're not losing no jobs and no money will be lost.
That's not what he said. He said we're being charged.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. I don't know. CO2 emission. That's what I mean. We must be able to. It's costing us money to be on a globe. Surely, if everyone realised it's costing money to be on a globe, they think, I want this Earth to be flat.
NASA has a government budget. Where does it get their money from? The taxpayer. So yeah, I pay taxes. So
same conclusion we came to on the live show.
To NASA's crap.
The only people who would actually be affected are NASA.
If you did two spreadsheets like with the costs and all that for flat Earth, globe Earth, and you went through it and right, going to cost me that, and get to the end, what's it costing per year? Flat Earth's well cheaper. I'm a flat Earth. I'm going on flat Earth definitely. Come down to cost and money, and flat Earth was cheaper. Everyone would be a flat Earther.
Yeah, you can put in your resume on Indeed for a moon farmer. It's that simple.
You are right. The agriculture minister for the moon would be very upset.
But then, how would people like Robert Simmons, who make blue marbles out of flat maps, how would he get paid? Like, we need people like that to make blue marbles out of flat maps. You know, so he could say, you know, I use flat map, made a blue marble from it.
Yeah, and what about the timeshare in the Sky Vacuum caravan holidays?
I've never, ever, ever had a good caravan holiday. I've tried a few over the years, but every time I've tried it, it's just been a disaster.
That's the point. It's supposed to go wrong. That's part of the fun, putting it all right.
I did it. We didn't have much money one year, and I thought, and I was in a barber's somewhere having my hair cut, and I was talking to the guy, and there was something on the wall about this caravan in Wales, apparently, funnily enough. And I thought, we're not going away this year. Things have been difficult and blah blah blah. I'm going to book this as a surprise for my missus and the kids. And I got a little bit of money together on the quiet, and I paid for this, and I told her, I said, listen, I'm going away to this caravan site. I think it was in Anglesey actually. I think it was Tarada Bay, somewhere around there. But anyway, blah blah blah. I got there and going to go to this caravan. It's not going abroad and it's not brilliant, but we're going to get away and blah blah blah. And we got to this caravan site. It looked all right. We went in, booked ourselves in, and it looked nice enough. But then he said, right, just follow the road down there, turn down that bend there, then you'll turn left, and then follow that. And if you can imagine a horror movie. So we drove in. It was sort of bright and nice, and then got to that corner where he said turn left, and it was getting a bit darker, and the caravans started off nice and white. And bright, and then as I turned this corner, I got to the left turning. The caravans appeared to have like green mold on them, and they wasn't as looked after as the other caravans. And then I still had to turn another corner and go right. And our caravan, I think it was 113, to tell you the truth. And it was in the last depths of the caravan park in the corner.
Oh, and boy.
She looked at me. She looks at me, and I looked at her, and we said, come on, let's go in, let's give it a look, let's go and have a look. Oh, we walked in, there was a stink, it hadn't been cleaned, the carpet thing in the caravan was sticky, and I opened the thing where you're supposed to have a shower, the silicone sealant around the shower thing was all mouldy and black. And funny thing is, the kids are only young. They're jumping on the bunk beds. Yeah, this is great. Me and her thinking it's not great. Anyway, we stayed before we give it. She scrubbed the place. The boiler wasn't working. That was it. There was no hot water, so we had to go back and get the hot water sorted out. We'll stay for the night. Got it a bit cleaned up. Kids were still loving it. We went to bed at the end of the night, got in bed, and we're itching throughout the night. Like we were thinking, you felt like we had crawlies all over us, and the seagulls or the ravens were landing on the caravan roof, and I could hear and tapping. Anyway, we got up the next morning and went home. So it was, that was the holiday of a lifetime surprise.
I would have made a U-turn. You got balls.
I'll have you know that is a 5-star caravan experience, and you're just a pussy.
So you guys call a caravan holiday a trailer trash area?
Why did you go home? That's right.
Yeah, we went. Well, we thought we'd just see it through the night, see how it was, and we'd give it a bit of a clean up, and then the itchiness got us a little bit, with the crawlies in the bed, and then the ravens tapping the beaks on the roof at 5 a.m, like keeping us away. I thought, no, we'll go home. Come on, kids, the holiday's over.
Get your money back.
I think I did. I was just thinking that before you said it, because I'm sure I phoned the guy back up and said, "Listen, that I need some money back," because we came home. It was absolutely. I think we did get some money back. Yeah.
I think Nathan. One deck's a bit posher than us.
Yeah,
I think maybe he gets out the bath to take a piss.
I'm still in. I'm still unclear as why he went home.
What are you talking about? It was a nightmare. He's lucky he didn't get attacked that night by a slasher.
It was funny though, just driving it was getting gradually darker and deeper and more doom, gloom. And I thought, why have I got the last caravan at the end of the site hanging off the cliff when this was supposed to be a lovely surprise for my wife to cheer her up? What have I ever done to deserve this?
You ever seen a movie in the 1970s called Race with the Devil?
No, but is it comparable to that?
Yes, go look it up. These people get their nice mobile home and they're going on a vacation. So when you go on these vacations, you got to park in the trailer area where all the other ones are parked. And they stumble across a ritual of, I guess, witches doing a sacrifice. And, they made a noise and they got hurt and they were trying to get away. And every town they went through, they were being followed by these witches. Pretty good movie from the 70s called Race with the Devil. Stay away from them trailer parks. They're very hazardous.
How's the book coming along, Nathan? Any progress recently?
Yeah, how's the book?
We do about half a chapter a night. So last night we did.
Oh wow,
chapter,
getting through it then.
Yeah, 5.5 we were on yesterday. Chapter 5.5.
Is it getting easier as you're going along?
Doing the do really. I mean, I know what I'm doing, so from that perspective, it's same old, right?
What's been your favourite bit so far?
Your brain.
I like the bits about me.
I suppose, like, if you, I mean, I've never wrote a book, but I should imagine that you could always, when do you stop critiquing yourself? At what point? And when do you start thinking, well, could I change that for anything else? Where do you draw the line? Pardon the pun. The horizontal line.
He needs to make money.
You could have been thinking, I'm not quite happy with that, but it's not too bad. And then later on, you're thinking it's on your mind still, and think I should have changed that, or I didn't. That word there wasn't quite right, or I mean, you've got to live in the now, Nathan. You know,
Those are the old that it is one deck.
Hey, mate.
Those are the old editors fighting over the word "the."
Yeah, but I mean, suppose Nathan and Paul will still be the same. They still want it to be right. And like Nathan said, he's changed some things. He goes back and thinks, I'll scrub that out. I can't remember what he did say the other week. He did change something. You know, you do it. I've done it with writing still poem, like, driving myself mad thinking, I'll move that there. I'll put that word there. I'll change that word for that word, cross that out. Read that, and then I'm happy with that, and then I've done it, and then I thought, even when I've read it or I've saved it, I think, I should have maybe have done that. It can go on forever.
Yeah, it's because I've got a focus. I mean, I've got a general idea of what's already down. In other words, it's already almost in a state that could be published. It's just the bits that I'm not happy with are bringing them in line with current rhetoric, because some of it was written 2 years ago. Well, back then we just started talking about how Earth's measured flat. I noticed it on one of the Omi TV videos. Well, a year before last I was doing Omi TV. This year I've done microphones. Well, as I go back through those videos, I see one or two of them with the Earth's just measured flat rhetoric being the focus of the conversation. But for the majority of it, it's about how Earth's not a sphere. Well, as I go through the older chapters, I go, this talk about how important it is to recognise Earth not being a sphere really isn't up to date at all.
Yeah, that's difficult, that, because you've spent how many years, proving Earth's not a globe, and then recently it's like, what's the problem? It's measured flat. Nothing will alter. It's always been like that. And then to bring that into a book, to try and, you can't, because you want to tell them the story. Well, you're telling them the story, so they're going to have to know how to debunk the globe, and talk about how far we should see, and all. You can't leave the story out. It's a story, and it's good, really, what's happened, because it's not the end of the story, but we have come to a good conclusion now that Earth is measured flat. It's always been flat. It's utilised like that. It always has been and always will be, and it's like it's perfect timing, really, for the book. Just putting it all into, so a reader can appreciate your journey and how you've got to the end conclusion.
Yeah, so it's just a case of incorporating that into some of the older chapters, and sometimes you can't. Like, you're describing it from the perspective of a globe believer and the globe rhetoric, so it's inappropriate to point out every step of that particular journey, how flat Earth is measured, because it is done throughout the book. But I always want it there anyway, so from that point of view, when you're like asking, do you ponder whether or not you need to keep making alterations? Well, yeah, I do look at some of those chapters and go, could I rewrite the entire chapter from scratch and have it constantly reiterate how Earth's measured flat? And you're like, I could, but then it'd be boring. And I find those boring chapters about how heliocentric the world isn't boring anyway. It's just there's a certain level of expectation about what's going to be in a book based on the stereotype that people have for a flat earther.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could have took it several ways, really. So that's part of your mind thinking, well, I could do this way and take the reader down this path or road. Yeah, but you could have done it. You could have done it several ways if you think about it. What you've got now is you could come up with a finished product in 2 weeks and say, well, I'm happy with that, and then you could do it again and tell the same story, but it'll be totally different for the reader because of the way it's written, or you decide to change things. So it's like, for example, I still do, but I used to do a lot more hiking and scrambling than I do now. I've done Helvellyn, which is the third highest mountain in England. I've climbed that like 9 times. I've scrambled up there 9 times in all weathers. Every time I've done it, it's been a different experience. Even though it's the same walk, same climb, it's been a different experience. So you could write the same book with the same, what you want to put forth, and it can be totally different the 9 times you write it. So you could never... You know what I mean? So at some point you've got to think, well, yeah, this is what I wanted to do. You might have to do a Chronicles, the Chronicles of Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, consuming.
I am pretty sure if I went back to that caravan park again, it would be exactly the same. That wouldn't be any different. I'd have the same experience. It'd be the same journey. It'd be the same path. It'd be the same shitty caravan right at the end of the camp on the edge of the cliff with ravens tapping the roof. That wouldn't alter.
And don't forget the bed bugs.
Yeah, the bed bugs. You could try it. You could write a poem or a little short story, any one of us in here now. Say, I'm going to write something about how sea level is used for all elevation profiles on Earth. Just going to write a little thing. And you could write it down, do like a little poem, and then you could do it again and get the same point across and use different words in different areas and so you could read one and feel something about that, and then read the next example, and with the same point, but for the reader it might just be a little bit different. But everyone's going to take it differently anyway, aren't they? Because everyone's different. This is why it's important just to live in the now.
Very good.
Yeah, at any moment you can go from the front to the back of the book and consume it all, or you can just pop into chapter 5 and extract that, disseminate that, the information from that chapter, for an example. It will be an evergreen book.
I hope so.
It will, Nate.
Have you looked into like debate books sales and things like that? Just, I mean, how many books did he sell? But how many books has debate had out? What was his first one? Was it 200 proofs for Earth's not a globe or something? I can't remember. Wonder how many books he sold. Are they still selling? I was the hey Nathan. I was the what was the lady? Did she write poems? That lady, was it? I can't remember. She sent the you Paula and the. Oh yeah. So I was the books. Have you read any out? Or I'd like to hear a bit.
I haven't read any more since the last time I spoke about it now. I will do, though.
And how do the books look? Are they hardbacks? Are they paperbacks? Are they
paperbacks?
You know, when you look at them,
they're really colourful. I mean, I've read 1.5 so far. The one that I covered the other day, and then half of Eleanor's, which she read. And they're really colourful. They're, you know, engaging for kids, because both of my kids read them all the way through without any hesitation, without me having to pester them.
Oh, good. We did speak about the book cover picture. We did put I put a post up of just basically a road, a horizontal flat road leading to a horizon. It was a real photograph. Is that what you have in mind for the book cover?
I haven't really thought about it.
So I did have a picture. It was perfect. But we spoke about it all after show, and we all had the same idea. So we just posted a few pictures, just talking about wonder what the book covers are going to look like. All roads lead to a flat Earth, and we just found a road that was pretty linear and horizontal, with some nice clouds leading to the horizon. So it was pretty good.
Yeah, sounds
straight
great.
to the point. Maybe get your kids to paint something like that, and then put their artistic talent on the book cover.
I'll ask Eleanor. She's listening as we speak.
I'm sure Eleanor could come up with a road and a horizon picture. One of my mates did that with his child. One of the first they drew a picture at nursery or school or whatever age, I can't remember the age, of him with mummy and daddy holding hands, and he got it copied and he had it tattooed on his leg. Looks quite good. This traffic here is unbelievable. I'm stuck in traffic all day. I am driving on hands-free, but I've just been stuck in traffic all day. It's driving me nuts now. It's funny, I've got. Has anyone got tattoos? I've got a few tattoos. I've got like one of my arm. I've got a sleeve that I designed myself.
You godless heathen, marking up your body like that.
Mark of the Beast.
No, I have. So I designed this sleeve, which is sort of a lot of family involved in it, and it starts off. This is before I was flat earther. So it starts off with like on my shoulder is I've got the sign. I thought I want to start. This is how I was thinking at the time. I want to start from the space and the sound of being all creation. So I was thinking at the time, and then I'm going to bring it down to ground level. So I started off with the sign, and then I've even got Saturn, the planet, on there with the rings in space, and Jupiter.
Nice.
Yeah, and then further down than there, it comes like I've got mountains. I've got some family things going on there, and then
You got the Anunnaki? Who are they?
And then I bring it right down to the mountains, to ground level, and I've got Buddha under the I can't remember the name of the tree under. And I said to Jess, who does my tattoos, I said, I designed it all, and this is what I wanted. But I said to whoever who's doing it, you can see what I've done. I want you to put something on my arm relating to this tattoo sleeve that I created. And I'm going to let you choose something, a little picture or whatever. Guess what she put? And I didn't know what she was going to do. Guess what she put on my arm?
Sweetie pie.
E equals MC squared. That's what she did. So I'm thinking, I've got all these fucking planets. E equals MC squared up there. But this is like years ago. But it's part of my journey, Nathan.
I think it should make the book. As a matter of fact, I think we should all get a mention.
But talking about tattoos, my dad said to me, I was brought up, you don't have tattoos.
Matter of fact, I think everybody
You can think of it as though you've got to mention, Neil.
No. I think everybody that's on the panel now should be co-authors. Only fair. Or wait, or should we wait till 2 weeks before Nathan's releasing a book, then hit him with that?
Well, he's on chapter 5.5. I reckon we're at chapter 6, and we'll...
Chapter 6 will let him know. By the way, you got Christian Zekas, one deck, Neil Cosentino, Len Lennox, Chuck Hussein. We all want to be authors. It's only there. I mean, we've given a lot of time.
Yeah, the 6th draft. We'll take... Was the 4th draft? No, it's the 6th draft, mate. You know, that's it. 666.
Yeah, will be the moment of dropping the bombshell.
You was writing a book anyway, weren't you, Neil?
Yeah, I was writing a paragraph.
You'd already started your housekeeping book, yeah? But did you start it with Brian, or was it just you?
Just me. I was going to do a paragraph. That was when we was all friends. Everybody was talking about what they were going to do, and I said, you know what? I'm thinking about writing a paragraph, but I'm going to need some assistance. I wanted to ask Nathan something about teams. Where are you, Nathan?
Yeah.
So on teams, and whoever's in teams, they could still use teams to talk to other people?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, because I seen somebody said they were on a call and they were in teams, but I thought you kicked all those people out.
Only out of the groups that I made.
Well, it has one particular guy, and it said he was online. So I'm thinking, like, who is he talking to? If he's still able to speak to somebody, so he's got to be talking to somebody in our media group. Got to sniff out who the traitor is.
Do 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 do.
I don't do that.
I will find out who the traitor is.
I don't think there is one, Neil. Teams is just Skype. Anybody can use Skype.
Yeah, but they have to be talking to somebody in, right, with the list of people that we have.
People can have their own lists, Neil.
Thing is, Neil, people can talk to each other one way or another.
That's correct.
You know, it will happen. If somebody...
No, we can stop it.
And it'll just happen. If they want to talk and gossip and do whatever they want to do, they'll find there's some way around it anyway. You can. You know.
That's fine, but why? Okay, but then why do it in teams? You've been booted. Handle it.
That's not that. Yeah, well, it's gone now, mate. If you're living in the now, then that wouldn't bother you.
Yeah, what you're akin to saying is, well, we were excluded from the geography group. How come we're still talking to each other?
No. That would be like me being in the geography class speaking to somebody. We're not in there. We're speaking to each other here. I don't know. I just thought it was strange. Maybe it's me being a little paranoid. But I'll send you the screenshot of what I got, and you tell me how this is being handled.
Nothing for you to handle, honestly, Neil. I think you're making a mountain of a molehill.
You can't change what's happened, Neil, when you're living in the now.
If somebody's listening in, getting some information that could cause problems, does anybody think paranoid like I do? You got to always think that everybody's against you. So that way you can properly defend yourself.
But that was in the
Can't
past,
be walking
Neil.
into shit blindly.
Like one deck says, that doesn't really exist anymore. It's only the now.
All right. Well, when that happens, I'll say I told you so, but you didn't want to look into it.
Did somebody come in here with that string of thought with the now? What's the inside joke of that? Am I missing something with the living in the now?
Yeah, Shines. The lady Shines. She was said one deck was saying how we can measure time with the sun. We do measure time. She flipped out. You can't measure time. Everything's happening now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was obsessed with that. There's no such thing as time. I said, well, it's measured from the horizontal plane, measuring. And she'd already brought up a sundial example herself. But everything's now. There's nothing in the past, nothing in the future. So I asked her how old she was, which is a bit rude to ask a lady how old she is, but I asked her anyway. And then I got a load of head-on attacks because I asked her age because she knew what was going to come. Obviously, time's been measured to get your age of, I think she said 44, maybe. So it's been measured. Then she went to tell us that her grandma died 2 weeks ago. So we were saying, well, how did you measure that 2 weeks ago? So it was all a bit like that, but she was contradicting herself, basically.
No matter how you explained it to her, she wasn't getting it, right? She wasn't getting it.
But I understand all that talk about, if you're talking about anxiety and depression, for example, anxiety is like worrying about things in the future that might happen but haven't happened. Depression is like thinking about things that have happened in the past and you're getting down about that. So for that example, if you try not to think about the future and past and just deal with what's going on sort of now, it's easier on the mind, and I can understand that. But she was getting that mixed up with there is no time, and we can't measure time. She was conflicting the topic.
Yeah, she was speaking about the concept of time and all the freaking everything's happening in the now. And there's yeah, great. But we still measure it by tracking the sun, right? On a sundial. I could still tell you my birthday is going to be May 23rd. It's always been May 23rd. It happens every 365 days.
Should I be writing this down?
Very important
When's
stuff.
your birthday? When's your birthday, Neil?
Well, my birthday is, like I told you, it was Super Bowl 60. That's how old I am. I know how old I am by what Super Bowl it is. So next year will be Super Bowl 61, and now it'll be 61. But
So
the crazy thing is, hold on, here's the crazy thing. The first Super Bowl was played in 1967. I was born in 1965. So how the hell am I as old as the Super Bowl?
That's just the warp in the space-time continuum.
What it is the first Super Bowl was in January of 67, which was for the season of 66.
You just mentioned 3 6s there, Neil. What's going on?
I'll explain it in 1 second.
Well, I'm glad we're all on tenterhooks.
Where's he gone, Neil, to find his birth certificate?
I think so. Got his Super Bowl calendar. He's just gone to dig it out.
What was that?
Bloody Super Bowl. When was your birthday again, mate?
May 23rd.
So does that make you a Cancer star sign or a Gemini?
Gemini. Gemini. And that's true. Sometimes I'm one person, and then some days I'm just a different person, and it drives my wife nuts. Sometimes I'm this happy, lovey guy, and then sometimes I just don't even bother with anybody.
Yeah. You sound like a Pisces.
Did you say I'm artisty?
Did I detect a sense of disdain from Sensual Goat earlier?
Can you elaborate?
Saying there's no ballers, no fighting against the globe, no going into service. It's just us sat here. I was like, do you want a cocktail?
Yeah, I did. My ears did prick up.
Have I taken the purpose away from the ninjas? Ed?
I'd say the stain's a bit strong. I think taking the pool table out far.
Taking the pool table out of the barn.
And the karaoke machine.
Oh, I see. So I've like the barn being like the clubhouse. Taking the pool table out of the clubhouse. Like, well, now you've got to talk to each other. Yeah, but we were much happier when we were just playing pool.
And darts.
Where we're at, so like, well, flat earth, snacks in the back, bathrooms to the left. DJ's playing requests. And smoke them if you got them. And you smoke them if you got them stage.
Yeah.
As simple as that. I didn't quote that for no reason 5 years ago.
Yes, yeah, it's a good one, that chocolate. I like that. Like we say no less today, like, this is the conversation at the moment. That some of us still, I do it sometimes. I still do it in. I've been on like tunes, fucking going on with myself sometimes, and Shockbuster. I don't need to do any of this. Why do I still do it sometimes? What am I feeding my own ego? What am I doing?
Yeah, that's my question, One Deck. Why are we wasting our time? That's what I keep saying. You just want to go to these forums. I say, okay, I'll look one up. We go in, we get the boot. Some sensual finds when we go and we get the boot. I'm fine just joining Flat Earth Debate every day, and when the show is over, it's over. Let them come to us. Don't feed their freaking ego. Starve them. My motto is starve a troll, feed somebody that's curious and is asking the proper questions.
I think what it is sometimes, like with the people like to try and always be finding something new out, or always being inquisitive to things. What can I look at now? So once you know that the Earth is measured flat and sea level 0 degree baselines, celestial navigation, linear distances, and all that, what we know, right? We know that now. Now, do we need to go and tell people this? Are we on a mission to go and force this lord over people, as Nathan says? And that's what Sensual's saying, I suppose. Well, what do we do now?
Well, those farts do smell good.
We continue talking about how Earth is measured flat. That's it.
Those are some good smelling farts that you've got there.
Yeah. So, well, this is what we're talking about now, you see. So we're trying, I think, at the moment, something's going to come of this soon, I think. Something's going to change. We spoke about it last week when we were saying, yeah, we're going to walk over the bridge and wave bye-bye to all these idiots, and we're going to go in these geography servers because we're going to talk about what, and we've tried a bit of that recently, and it's not really, I don't know what we were looking for, but it's not really gone in any particular great way. But there's something that has to now develop out of this situation of coming to the end conclusion. Because it can't end, can it? Now we've moved the pool table, as Sensual said, in the fruit machine. So something will happen. Something will change. But what it is at the moment, we don't know. And this is why we're in this sort of flux area of talking about this. Because we're all a bit like...
You've got the Cuban cigar in your hand. You're in your comfortable chair. Just enjoy it. Relax. And then what'll happen is the people on the outside of the clubhouse banging on the windows, you'll be like, oh my God, don't they make a lot of racket?
Yeah.
It's like the guy that has been learning martial arts, like the old Asian guy who's been learning martial arts since he was like 4. He spent his entire life learning martial arts. He can kick probably anybody's ass, right? He's 85, and now he's got all these skills. Is he using it? Probably not. He's probably just chilling, hanging out, right? He's got all these skills under his belt, but he's just hanging out. just living his life. That's what it feels like to me. You know.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I think some of us are at different, pardon the pun, levels of that, where I've just said, I'll admit myself, although I'm not as much, sometimes I do find myself, going in, I don't really think antagonizing is the right word, or probing, or getting, I'm gonna tell these guys, I'm gonna lord over these people a little bit and tell them how much I know sea level's a 0 degree baseline. Do I need to do that? No. So
you got it, but sometimes it's a little fun, right? Because if we don't do it, then we don't get to hear the wonderful things that they have to come up with to say to us. And that's part of that for me. It's part of like the best parts of this quote unquote debate. Is some of the quotes, some of the things that we've been told by these people. So I wouldn't give it up for like I would, if we go back, I would not do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally get it. But it's good to just talk about these things, like, everyone's got to be open and honest, and this is where we are now. And Nathan's got his slippers on with his cigar. He's probably more relaxed than most of us. I am relaxed more than ever. But, like I say, I still, had a little jibe with triangles and McToon, and I don't really need to do that, really. But, and I can just come on here like Neil says, and we can just talk about flat Earth. But, I mean, unless we're trying to explain it to somebody who's inquiring, we all know about an elevation angle, what it is, and how sea level is used between us now. So repeating that to each other here now is just something we all know anyway. So that'd be pointless keep saying that to ourselves, because we already know that, and that's the, pardon the pun, level what we're at. So where's this journey going to go now then? I wonder. Because I keep thinking this to myself. I think, and I don't know what it is, but something is, reminds me of a Stranglers song. Something's going to change, or something better change. Something will change.
Yeah, but not while you've got ants in your pants. While you've got ants in your pants, you're buying into the old way of things. But it's just, like I say, you need to relax, smoke that cigar.
Sorry, just in a traffic situation. Come on, mate. Yeah. Yeah. But that's what I was getting at. Like, we've all been at different levels on this journey anyway, and still are. So maybe we've just come in. Maybe if this now is self work to come to the total relaxed situation where we're just totally relaxed about this. It's just the truth has hit home. We need to do anything. We can still come on here every day and chat about things. If anyone pops in with some questions, we can answer the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of the other people on other servers, they still like the, like we said, they like the idea of a debate and an argument, and the shouting and screaming at each other, saying, yeah, we can, we're growing out of that now and coming to this new stage.
That's
because it has changed, hasn't it?
That's what you kind of envisage when you say guru, like somebody that's completely chill with the situation, as opposed to the upstart newbie. So you go 5 years in flat Earth, and you're just some upstart telling the world what it ain't. But after 10 years, you're like, oh, no, now you're the old dyed-in-the-wood guru. But the guru's going to be the guy that the other people climb up the hill to go and see. And when you get there, he's in his seat looking very zen. Meanwhile, the people around us on our opposing side are frantic, right, with a lot of hate in their souls. But as for interacting with those particular individuals, I don't see the benefit. And if you're like, well, that's just normal people, I don't agree. It's like the small minority of anti-flat earth big mouths don't represent the rest of the world. They would like to be the mayor, but they're not.
To some of them, they are like, I'm sure like Tune and Fight the Type Shirt and these people have followers that sit there and listen to them very intently, listening, hoping they just destroy flat Earth all day long. Right? That's what they do. That's what they're cheering on. That's why they're giving them super chat and all that shit, giving them money to keep telling them the same shit they learned when they were 2. I mean, it's a hell of a freaking racket. Gotta love it.
Yeah, that's why I was asking on today's live show. It's like, well, if you've already got the consensus behind you, why do you need to pay to affirm it? It's like, don't you think Neil deGrasse Tyson's doing a good enough job of it already? He's already out there reiterating the belief structure that you had anyway. Like, do you secret gammers think that you'll do a better job than Tyson?
Yeah, that's really his job. I think I asked him one Globo that a long time ago and thinking 24/7. But why? Because he was like throwing Neil deGrasse under the bus. I was like, but like this guy actually runs around getting paid to teach people this shit. What? Who are you? You're just sitting in a server, some guy in a basement sitting in a server, right? Reiterating the same crap and then telling me that he's wrong. Why is he wrong? He's the one who's getting paid to come around and teach people this shit. What's wrong with you? What do you get paid to do? It's just a weird thing that they do.
They want to be the priest.
Fight the tight shirt. That's funny, that.
Oh yeah. So the first time I saw that guy, I was just like, why is his shirt so tight? What's wrong with him? Yeah, that's why I made that up. Types.
We're all just reflecting. But just going back to my dad, before he obviously watched something on telly last night, so he, in his mind, he's thinking, oh, I'm water on the moon. But he just believes that. I'm water on the moon. He doesn't question anything. It's just, yeah, there could be life on the moon and they've gone to the dark side of the moon and there could be water there. But he was really excited about it. For some strange reason. Seemed really interested. Seemed really interested that they found water on the moon.
Must be something that's on the news.
Mic check.
Yeah, we're here.
Have you been, Neil?
Back home. No reception is better.
What are you doing for your birthday on the 23rd of May, mate?
Wait, you mean satellites are working again?
Yeah, the satellites are back up and running.
The washing machines in the sky?
Well, that's one of the main things they said. If Earth were flat, all communications would be lost because satellites don't exist on a flat Earth. So
Do you circles of equal elevation? The satellites work exactly like celestial navigation.
Yeah, they're using trilateration also. But what is this baseless assertion that satellites don't work on a flat Earth or don't exist on a flat Earth? Well,
that's what he said.
How non sequitur is that, though? It's like,
well, they were going on the list of things that are invented that wouldn't be invented if Earth were flat because science would be different. So now the science of satellites gone, total different science.
Orbits. Talk about orbits. They think a satellite's orbiting. That's the problem. But even an orbit is
free falling around the ball.
But it's not. When you say falling around the ball when you're describing orbits, you're not. You're describing a plane bifurcating a sphere that is made up of the elevation angles that you use from a Polaris-centric system. That's what you're actually talking about. Moving the position of the centre to the ball that we call the sun doesn't alter how flat the plane of the reference system used in orbital motion is. It's still flat.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything falling around. Well, I might sound like a conspirator, but I am convinced of the satelloons personally.
You're missing it. If Earth were a flat disk, it would be physically unsustainable, likely collapsing back into a sphere under its own gravity. See, you can't just say flat. It's got to be a flat disk in space.
See where they're at there. You would have to start digging. You'd have to go through. They sound like a different mindset than like someone in politics or, the other servers. These sound like proper. You'd have, because you're going to talk about gravity now, aren't you? And Newtonian and 111 years out of date, and then go through the scientific method and then talk about science. So these guys, you'd have to spend a lot of time and effort. Really. Then you could just say sea levels at 0 degree baseline, and that's our, it's used for all measurements on Earth. What are you going to do about that? Which is probably easier, to tell you the truth. Now think about it.
Listen to this one. This is a good one. Because I tried to put it on. If Earth is flat, but not part of the solar system, we're in the basement, okay? Oh, then it would be non-rotating disk outside the solar system. It would immediately undergo catastrophic structural collapse due to gravity, instantly killing all life. Instantly killing all life.
This is just what's going on in their mind, though, isn't it? This is just their imagination, obviously.
How could you?
Actually, believe in magical floaty land. Why not?
Because they've never been through this situation, have they?
Wait, how can I word it? Should I say, all right, flat Earth is in the basement and all the celestials are above? What would be the outcome? They're still going to put me in space, I guarantee you. They're going to put you in a flat disk in space. Len, what's up, Len?
No, it was just, would you consider satelloons as feast of nonsense? Because we've all seen the really big ones that have been launched from Antarctica, lifting up something that looks like a satellite with solar panels, I don't know if you've seen the Samsung selfie in space satelliting that fell in a farm. There's loads of evidence of that, but is it still feast of nonsense?
I don't know about you, Len. I think it's feast of nonsense. I don't know what anybody else thinks. I can't validate them one way or the other, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, we know they're not travelling around the ball, but we've seen balloons being launched that have the same technical capabilities.
Do they? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like, it's the same thing as telling Harpy, show me a picture. I don't know. Do we know anybody that can validate what they're sending up?
When we watched the GPS video, when it's shown everything on a 2D circle of equal elevation Cartesian grid, all that's required is a receiver, isn't it? And what's the other thing I'm looking for? It doesn't necessarily. People just think that this the signal is coming from outer space when you talk about satellites. You can have these, these could be positioned anywhere. These, I can't think of the word. I'm looking at receiver, and what am I looking for now, Neil? It's the
transmitter.
Yeah, the transmitter. Yeah, the transmitter, which they say is the satellite, which is in outer space orbiting Earth. It doesn't necessarily have to be there. You can have a transmitter for GPS, ground positioning. It could just be ground based, or on these bloody towers you see the phone looking things on. It doesn't have to be. Your GPS will work. It doesn't necessarily mean it's being worked in an outer space, in an area that doesn't exist, or at something at higher level than a balloon. But we're using circles of equal elevation on a 2D grid system. Just transmitter and receiver. That's all you need.
If these satellites are working and operational, I should be able to get a signal out in the middle of the ocean. Right? People don't get signals when they're outside of a tower where they could transmit the signal. You just don't get it. I don't buy them, to be honest with you. I don't think they're real. I don't think they exist. But I can't prove it one way or the other.
It's balloons, people. What was that guy's name? Robson? Did a whole thing on that, like years ago. About how NASA's sending up balloons all day.
Yeah, I know who you're on about, and he put something out saying that there was balloon launches that coincided with all the rocket launches.
I've seen some of them coming down in like really third world countries, really poor areas, where you see this crash in this balloon and some sort of technology attached to it. I don't know.
Yeah, what was that guy's name again? Rob what? Something?
Bob Skiba.
No, not Skiba. It's the guy that QE fucked over.
Oh, that's Robert Passano.
Bassano, thank you. That guy. It's balloons, people.
Wait a second. What did you say? It's the guy that who screwed over QE?
QE was listening in on a call that the guy was having with someone, and QE couldn't help but blurt out when he was meant to be there, silent, just witnessing, not inputting, and that lost Rob's confidence with, or the confidence of the fellow who was talking to Rob. I'm forgetting the whole story.
He opened up his big freaking mouth.
That doesn't sound like QE.
Couldn't keep your mouth shut, huh? Could you, QE? I know you're listening. You couldn't keep your big mouth shut, and look, you destroyed Robert Passano, who was doing great work.
Meanwhile, the altitude of him. Go ahead.
He was doing a great work, the German work. Let's disprove NASA and make them look like fools.
But
Let's show everybody how it's wrong.
whether there's balloons or anything up at a high altitude, which is a vertical height above sea level, is irrelevant. The way GPS and how to position yourself using your mobile phone and everything else, it's based on circles of equal elevation. Yeah, on a flat plane. Same as celestial navigation. It uses exactly the same concepts. 3 circles to pinpoint your position with a transmitter and receiver. Yeah, you've got a star and GPS when you're using the sextant, and with GPS you've got your transmitter and receiver. It's the same thing. It's just advanced a little bit. You're not using a sextant now at sea and getting the GP yourself doing that. You've already got that in place. You've got a transmitter, and it's got a distance that it'll get, work out your receiver where it is and tell you exactly where you are using that method. It all relies on flat Earth. Utilizes flat Earth. Doesn't rely on it. It uses it. You know what I mean?
Well, on this article, it says it would be impossible to have satellite communications. Biological and human consequences. Death, the combination of structural collapse, loss of atmosphere, and extreme cold radiation would make the planet entirely uninhabitable.
Cats and dogs living together.
Strange physics. Trees would grow diagonally toward the center, and objects would fall sideways, if not in the exact center of the disk. There you have it, guys. Just handle it. It's a globe. It's got to be a globe because all of this would have happened if it wasn't.
Are they talking about the globe that was measured flat? Is that what they're talking about?
Yes, that one.
Right, yeah. And then we look at the globe hashtag.
No. I'm not going to let you get away with this. I just read everything that would happen, and obviously all that stuff didn't happen, therefore glob.
I'll look at the story on the screen about how a space satellite fell. So,
Chocolate, do I have to read it again?
Yeah.
Please don't. I don't want to hear that crap.
Don't look out your window. Do you see any trees pulling to the center?
Have mercy, bro.
Well, I got to admit, I have seen a couple of diagonally growing trees. I mean, they all don't go straight up in the air. So that's just fear porn.
Yeah, I've posted that link if anyone's interested in the video that I'm showing. I remember seeing this years ago, but I can't remember the actual image showing that it was just there on a bloody balloon like that.
I mean, they might be sending balloons up at high altitude above sea level for other things, just, I don't know what. They can do that if they want, whoever's doing it, to get photography or measure horizontal pressure gradient. If they want to do that, that's fine.
They've been doing it since the 60s. Well, even before that with the high altitude balloons. But Roswell was just a balloon. It was a sat-a-loon, but they wanted to make people think they had alien technology during the Cold War.
That's not how it happened in Independence Day.
Yeah, Will Smith's going to leave his Fresh Prince.
When is Independence Day? The 4th of July, is it?
Yeah, you never seen the movie Independence Day?
Apparently, 4th of July is when the sun is at its highest angular measurement of the horizontal plane. Or something like that.
You can't measure that. Everything is now.
But the sun looks round, but you're saying we're not round.
Excuse me. Nathan, what do you use for video editing?
iMovie.
iMovie. Is that a free thing, or do you have to pay for it?
Free. Comes with any iPad.
Right. So it's an Apple thing.
Yeah.
Because I've been using DaVinci Resolve. It's free. It's very good. But on that last video that I shared with you, there was about 4 or 5 dropped frames, which you probably won't notice, but I noticed, and it annoys the life out of me. And I tried all day yesterday, spent about 9 hours trying everything to rectify the issue. I can't rectify it, so I tried getting some other video editing software. But this software, I started editing, then I was like, shit, I'll try and output something. But then I could only output it. It's potato graphics quality unless I paid for it. But then it didn't have the functionality to do anything that I bloody wanted to. So I was just seeing if there was anything else that anyone knew of. It's very bloody frustrating.
What do you mean drop frames? I thought it was a great video.
There's like a red frame where I can't remember what it says. It just flashes on, but it does it like 4 times during the video. And in many ways, I try and strive for perfection, but that way things never fucking happen. For example, I've had some songs floating about for 15, 20 years that I've never done anything with. Where one, for example, I wanted to save till I had a really nice 12-string guitar. I bought a really nice 12-string guitar, and I've not got round to doing anything with that bloody song. So maybe I should just publish what I've got and just try and work on it going forward.
Your problem is that you're living in the now. You need to start, living in the future a little bit. Get things.
You're living in the now.
You need to pull your finger out your ass and get these things done, mate. Make a plan, make a list, and get it done.
First of all, how are you going to put a cigarette? How are you going to put a cigarette up a dog's ass? That don't even make any sense. You guys never smoke. It's too flimsy.
And then if you run into any trouble, if you have to clean off a bit of grime here or there, then just pack your bags and leave. There's no point.
That's why I knew we were in for trouble. When she started resisting that and not getting it, I was like, oh boy.
Missed all this yesterday.
Yeah, I've not been in these servers yet, and I don't make new friends.
This is the Shines lady. Nathan posted a thing about if you want to quit smoking. And he had that thing.
I've seen it. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, the dog.
Yeah, so we brought it up yesterday in Shines. Mrs. Time, now. Couldn't get it.
Yeah, we had to basically explain how the joke would work in real time. In real world.
That's the funny part, though.
It's a joke.
And Nathan just keeps leaning into it. That makes it even more hysterical. Have you guys never smoked a joint? I think I heard Nathan go, oh, yeah. Nah, we never done anything like that. We're all quiet boys here. When you said, I don't blame you, I can understand now. I kind of feel bad for AI.
She's doing my nutting in the end. Going on and on and on, and just give it a break. Let someone ever get a word in. Well, this is Nathan must feel when he's talking to songbusters of the world, and you can't get him just talking over you.
He wouldn't even, when I said you got verbal diarrhea, you got to relax and let somebody respond. He was just talking right through that too. It was like having a female harp on the line.
He's another one, and he does like jump in and talk, right? He gets a bit angry, doesn't he? Huh?
Listen, you effing idiot. It's man-made snow. I sent the pictures.
The man made. Oh, when they burn the snow and it's plastic. Is that one?
It doesn't behave like normal snow. You put a torch to it and it turns black.
Yeah, and why was we talking about that in a flat Earth server?
Yeah.
Well, because everybody's lying to you. The world is lying to you. Everything's a lie. And that's it.
So now I have to question the snow and its integrity.
Exactly. You know, one day you may go out there and you can make a snowball. It's very, very loose and dusty. It used to happen all the time when we were kids. Then as soon as it got a little warmer, some moisture got in there, you can make some nice compact snowballs and have a fight. Not today. Today, snow ain't behaving right, if that's the case.
You got those cats and dogs living together yet?
Where's Jin been?
He has been on hiatus, hasn't he?
Not heard of him. I don't know.
It is what it is.
Maybe he's got his pilot training.
I'm just going to keep doing it. I don't care. It's me.
I put on my napkin and I enjoy the feast of nonsense. Yeah. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Nobody can stop me.
I tell them it's flat and it's a horizontal constant. And then what I do then, I talk about the, what the horizon is and how far you should see. And I like to do it that way. That's me. You're not going to change me, ladies and gentlemen. That's it.
Earth is measured flat, and look at that boat disappearing. Here's a set of binoculars, and you bring it right back.
Yeah, stick to what you can prove.
Listen, I tell them it's flat, and then I tell them how the Hasselblad camera's going to work in space. So, I do it. What? What are you going to do about it?
I see you're reversing a burden fallacy, and I shall answer it.
Do your research. I've done mine. Yeah, I did the research, and I found some counter evidence. I don't give a shit. My evidence or no evidence. Yeah, but in 1993, I was away with one of the big dogs in that radical Islamic movement to take out the towers. And in 93, they were cheering. And he told me the guys that were involved in it. And sure enough, on the news, those names are mentioned one by one.
Well done.
Beautiful.
Sweet. What a note to end on. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.